If they ever wonder if my mother is proud of me and my brother, say that her hands became bloody and that she dyes her hair once every 2 weeks to cover the gray hairs. Say that she took me to my dance classes through snowstorms and sat with my brother at 5 in the morning before his exams. Say that her pride is what raised us. She herself answers, well, what would otherwise have become of them after all my hands have suffered? And if they ask for me, say that I will always be there, but don't promise to answer the phone, that I want to help the world but can only find to help myself. And if they wonder why I'm so deep, say that life presented me death so early that I had to make sense of the injustices, discussing with my friends in the yard about why my father disappeared and hers left. Say that children may be innocent but not stupid, that children understand void long before they can describe it in words. And if they ask about my home, say that it's beautiful, and that people don't have more rooms than they can sleep in, and that food is shared between all, and that social services have always been a threat but that no one has been afraid, and that poverty is not understood by children but becomes visible when you get older, and that money is so tempting because it is a way out, but dirty money doesn't buy apartments, only clothes, and clothes show. And that's the most important thing amongst those who don't have much, that it looks like they have something so they wear their money. Say that philosophy have never been discussed so deeply, that music hasn't been played so loudly in cars, and that one's friends from afar becomes family. Say that the misery may smell like sewage, but that the water is clean. And that if people really had choices, they wouldn't have chosen this for their children. Say that our parents were the children of revolutions, that they survived fleeing their home countries and wars to learn Swedish at SFE, among lingonberry jam and porridge with milk, that their children grew up to Emil i Lönneberga and Pippi Longstocking, that Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs was the shit in their new homes, now across countries and borders with a letter a month and a call now and then. Don't think that fleeing your home is easy, and that immigration has been easy for those who immigrated. And if they ask about how he died, say that he took his life. Scream it out loud so everyone hears, so he is heard. Hear those who scream around you. Make them feel seen. Don't see it as a way of seeking attention. Understand that attention is not sought if it's given. Give them a question to then get an answer. I do not understand why people have become so blind towards other people and other lives, that they do not understand that power is given through opportunities, and the opportunities cannot be taken if they aren't given, if they aren't seen, and that we don't know what to choose when we're not used to choices. The children, give them choices early so they learn to choose the way many of us did not do. And if they finally ask about me, say that in my features lies generations of men and women. My hands represent my mother, my grandmother, and my grandmother's mother, who harvested land, who nurtured in war, who went to war, who survived the neighbor's bullets, who could have been hit but didn't, who stood by their families to dare to break free for a greater purpose, who believed, who were fearless because they were young. So thank for the youth who survived without counting on life. So every day after that became a gift, but they learned to not take time for granted. Through all the hardships and the struggles, the skin thickens and becomes equally smooth as dented. It becomes absolutely perfect and damaged. I might say that I'm tired of fighting, that I want to float, but that's only because I'm an outcome of the survivors. So I get to live and take time for granted, because that was the goal anyway, wasn't it? To make the lives of the next generation a bit better. But did it become so much better? There is beauty in fire, but the fire can also burn you. Are we fighting for the whole world, or have we learned to only fight for oneself? Thank you.
Dear Nobel Prize laureates, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, welcome to this year's Nobel Week Dialogue. Why are we here today? And why have we chosen the topic of migration? Migration is one of the most important and mostly charged topics here in Sweden, in Europe, and across the globe. But migration is part of the story of humanity. Today, we're here to put things into context. Nobel Week Dialogue brings together Nobel Prize laureates and other experts to deepen our understanding on our planet and on ourselves. Today's topic, the future of migration, connects with each and every one of us. We all have our migration stories. For generations, my family has been crossing the Atlantic in one direction and in the other, escaping dictatorships and wars. In the last few decades, science has deepened our understanding of migration and how humanity became a global species. This knowledge have been made possible by revolutions in genetics. Last year, Svante Pääbo was awarded the Nobel Prize in Medicine for contributing to that revolution. Alfred Nobel created the prize to celebrate those who have conferred the greatest benefit to humankind. Nobel himself lived in many countries, so he crossed many borders. In his will, he stated that no consideration should be taken to nationality of those awarded the prize. This was a political charged statement at that time. But it has led to an incredible legacy. Now, we'll show you a short film about that legacy. But first, please let me thank our dear Nobel Prize laureates and all the speakers for being with us today. Our partners, Carl Bennet, the City of Gothenburg, the region Västra Götaland, Volvo Group, and Stena Stiftelsen. My wonderful colleagues, led by Sandra Brandin, Owen Gaffney, and Adam Smith. And of course, for all of you, for being with us today, for sharing this day with us. I hope you learn and enjoy. And with this, over to the film. Thank you.
Imagine everything you own is in this suitcase. You are persecuted. You are afraid. Imagine you board one of the last flights leaving Berlin. You escape to freedom, to Sweden. This suitcase belonged to Nelly Sachs. She received the Nobel Prize in Literature in 1966. Migration is a defining story among Nobel Prize laureates. Over 1/3 of all laureates are migrants. Some leave their homes for economic reasons. Others are exiles and refugees. From writers and scientists to economists and champions of peace, democracy, and human progress. From Nansen passports to the Office of the High Commissioner for Refugees and the Red Cross. For over a century, the Nobel Prize has recognized those who have brought dignity and security to migrants and refugees. We all have migration stories. Migration is a defining feature of humanity. It's an engine of human progress. It is part of our past. It will define our future. Why do we migrate? Some, because we have no choice. Many, because we do, and we can imagine a better life for ourselves and our families.
Good morning. My name is Adam Smith, and it's my very great pleasure to be your guide to today's Nobel Week Dialogue. Now, aware that on this Saturday in December you have a choice between shopping for Christmas on the holidays or being here with us, we'd like to say how delighted we are that you've taken the decision to be here, helping us explore this most pressing and sometimes seemingly intractable issue, the future of migration. Thank you for joining us. And thank you also to our online audience, joining us from all around the world, from Kumla to Kuala Lumpur. It's lovely to have you with us. Thanks for tuning in. My role today is twofold, good cop and bad cop. Good cop, introducing you to the various participants you'll see during the day. Bad cop, trying to keep them to time. Here goes. To set the scene, we're going to have a talk introducing us to what genetics tells us about humans' migratory history. And for that, I'm delighted to have with us Stefan Schiffels from the Max Planck Institute for Evolutionary Anthropology in Leipzig. Please join me in welcoming Stefan to the podium.
Thank you. Thanks so much for having me. It's an honor to be able to kick off this meeting on the future of migration by giving a talk about the past of migration. I guess the future can only be imagined, but it may be helpful to know where we come from to do that properly. So migration has indeed played a major role in almost every chapter of human history. From its very earliest beginnings, this is sort of the common model that we now believe in, that humans left Africa around 50 to 60,000 years ago, spread the world first to Asia, then to Europe, and then later to the Americas. 60,000 years ago, that's not that long ago. If you think about it, that's about 2,000 generations. It's not unimaginably large, right? If you had to write that pedigree down in a book, it would be technically possible. Of course, you lack the knowledge, but it's technically possible. So it's not a very large number. And this very story of how many humans in many places across the world came to be is a very story of migration. And this general mode of mobility, that's sort of what defines us humans. I would say if there's any constant in human history, then it's probably the fact that we're a mobile species. And I will show you some examples of that. Now, one of the most profound transitions that happened all across the globe in our human history was the transition from foraging and hunting and gathering to a completely different lifestyle of doing agriculture and sedentism and building houses and settlements. And this transition happened everywhere, but it's particularly well described in Western Eurasia in Europe, where archaeology knows how to look for these signs that distinguish the two ways of life. For example, agriculture being associated with ceramics in burials and pots and settlements, of course, but also health condition changed dramatically. For example, dental caries, the stuff that you still go to the dentist for today, is something that emerged with the starch-rich diet of agriculture. So this is something that left marks on many levels. And because this transition is so well defined in agriculture, it can be mapped out to an exquisite detail. And here's a map that shows this transition, how it spread across Western Eurasia, starting about 10,000 BC, that's 12,000 years ago, in what we now call the Fertile Crescent, so a region between the Levant and Mesopotamia, and then spreading slowly first to Anatolia, and then even some thousand years later to southeastern Europe, the Balkans, and then spreading from there to Central Europe, and finally reaching places like Britain and Sweden. We're a bit late to the game, but I think you've been caught up the last 6,000 years, so you're doing just fine. But sort of this major transition in archaeological culture, of course, now a formidable question to ask is, to what extent has this been driven by human migration, right? And this question was asked for a long time ago, but it was notoriously hard to answer before a true scientific revolution took place, which was already announced, pioneered by Svante Pääbo, Sweden's own Nobel laureate from 2022 in medicine, who pioneered these methods on how to extract DNA from ancient human remains. And ever since this method took off, we have now available to us thousands of ancient genomes that can be analyzed to exactly answer questions like the one here, whether the Neolithic revolution, the change from hunting and gathering to agriculture, was driven by migration. And indeed, already in 2010, before many more ancient genomes came out, the first ancient data pointed to a clear disruption in the genetic profile. So essentially, people with farming archaeological features had a massive genetic difference from people with hunter-gatherer archaeological features. This difference is about as big, or was about as big, as today we see between genetic profiles between people living in Europe and East Asia. So two quite genetically distinct populations came together and mixed subsequently, okay? So we today have actually both of these ancestries in us. Now, because we now have so many more genomes, we can actually build quite detailed computational models. And I just want to show you this one that we published last year. That's basically a machine learning method that feeds on thousands of these ancient genomes from Western Eurasia in the last 10,000 years. And we're able to ask the computer where a specific genetic profile would be found at a specific time. And here we use the profile of one of these first farmers in southwestern Germany, at least, Stuttgart. It's a city in southwestern Germany, one of these first populations that produced farming. And we can ask, where does the ancestry of this individual fall at different time points? And you can see when we now start running this video that the ancestry really starts down in the Middle East long time ago and then transitions up to the Balkans about 6,000 years BC and then goes further into Central Europe. And you can really see this change of ancestry that's of course connected to a change of people. And if you connect the timeline of this video with the archaeology, you see this kind of very close genetic map. So in this case, it was very clear that this transition of culture was connected to a transition of people, actually. So that's one major example. And in fact, this event still leaves traces in our genomes today. Europeans have, on average, about a third or more ancestry deriving from these early farmers. So many people here have this kind of component, and then we also have this blue component, which is this hunter-gatherer component, which derives from the last ice age maybe. And then there's another component that I don't have time to talk about, which came later in the early Bronze Age from the Russian steppes. So you can see we're filling the history with these kind of mixture models and infer migrations through time. I want to show one more example that's much more closer to home maybe, and also closer in time, which concerns early medieval changes in Britain, where we have contributed a paper last year. It's quite state-of-the-art research, if you will. So in Britain also, we had profound cultural changes. In fact, in this case, after the fall of the Roman Empire in Britain, or Roman administration in Britain, there were changes in architecture, in culture, in religion, in the language, most importantly. Change in language was quite profound, from an insular Celtic language on the British Isles to a Germanic language, which is Old English, essentially. So this change, of course, happened, but it was hard to show whether it was really driven by people. Of course, most scholars were willing to admit that it had something to do with migration. Also, historical sources pointed to that. The so-called Anglo-Saxon migration is something that happened, that was reported by literal sources as well. But there was debate into what extent this happened. And I want to also briefly mention that this was never an apolitical question. It was clear that for some political agendas, it was opportunistic to claim lots of migration. For other political agendas, it was opportunistic to claim lots of continuity. So before genetics set to the scene, there was quite a spectrum of opinions that you could have. And this is, of course, something that connects the topic also to how we discuss migration today. It's never an apolitical topic. So what does the genetics tell us here? So this is almost the last technical chart, I apologize. But if you compare these genomes from the early medieval time to, for example, Bronze Age and Iron Age, we see here a very broad categorization into blue and red. Blue meaning the British ancestry before this Anglo-Saxon migration, and red, this continental gene flow from the continent. You see a massive increase in the early medieval times of this continental ancestry. In fact, we measured that on average, 75% of communities in the early medieval time period were migrants from the continent. So clearly a migration of massive scale. And we could look into much more details that I can report today. For example, we could check whether it was mainly a military thing with men with weapons, or whether it was involving families, and it did involve families. So we did not find a clear sign that it was mainly men or women. It was really whole families that migrated. So this deserves the term mass migration, even though knowing that this is a little bit of a charged term today. But in this case, it's maybe fitting. We don't know much about the motivations, by the way. We also don't know much what the experiences of the people were, right? We're not putting a value on this, we're just describing things. So this is what happened in the early medieval time period in Britain. And we can also pinpoint the sources of this migration. Again, using computer methods, we can sort of circumscribe the region maybe to a region in northern Germany, Netherlands, Denmark, and South Sweden. In one side, we sequenced so many genomes that we could actually see how this mixture of locals and migrants happened on the spot. In Dover, in southeastern England, which was quite high proportion of migrants in this time period, we see a family that we could reconstruct, five-generation pedigree family, founded by migrants in red here, with offspring and so on. And then at some point you see a blue-colored, so a local ancestry woman coming into this family tree, and they produced mixed offspring. So here we see really how this mixing happened on the spot. And in fact, this is representative in the sense that we did not see much evidence for any segregation on the ground, actually. This mixture seemed to be more or less homogeneous. Okay, and we still have evidence for this today. Genomes from Britain today still harbor about 40% ancestry from this Anglo-Saxon migration. Okay, I'll leave you with 3 take-home messages. First, humans are a mobile species, and migration did play a key part in many, many time periods of human history. Second, ancient DNA provides a new tool to investigate these things. And third, past migrations are still visible in our genomes today. This is not something that just happened in the past, but it has repercussions until today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Stefan. Now, our Nobel Week Dialogue is mainly about conversations, and for the first of those, we're bringing together the most senior representatives from 3 organizations with an unparalleled view of migration. We have Jagan Chapagain, who is Secretary General of the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, Mark Manley, Head of Resource Mobilization for UNHCR, and Amy Pope, the new Director General of the International Organization of Migration. Their conversation will be moderated by Vidar Helgason, Executive Director of the Nobel Foundation. Please welcome them all.
So we've just heard that migration is our history. Migration is in our genome. And still, today's discussion about migration in most countries, including this country, is that we need to stop it. Now the question is that possible? A couple of reflections. If you ask a Swedish industrialist today, what is the major obstacle for your continued growth and expansion of your business? The number 1 response, and we have data on this, is lack of skilled labor. We need more people. Couple that with the demographics of Europe. We do know that over the next 2 or 3 decades, Europe's workforce will decline significantly. So there's already a need for people. There will be a need for more people to cater for more old people. and the discussion today is about stopping migration. Amy Pope, heading the UN's migration agency, are we having the right discussion about migration today?
Absolutely not. And first of all, I have to say, please don't stop migration, as my own great-grandmother came from an area not too far from here, Östergötland, south of Stockholm, in the 1890s. And because she and her family were extremely poor, and there were no options here. That's what we're seeing around the world today, right? We see pressures on communities that are already vulnerable, whether it's conflict, whether it's growing economic inequality, or whether it's climate change, which are putting displacement pressures on communities that just don't have the resilience to manage. At the same time, we have these labor shortages across the top 30 economies just this last year, and that's going to grow in the years to come. Here in Sweden, in 2050, the working age population is going to plateau. And so migration is going to be necessary in order to respond to the pressures both across the global south, but also here across Europe, North America, and parts of Asia.
And when you look at today's debate in Europe, in the US, around the world, what can be done to drive your point home?
The answer is to take a more strategic approach to the question of migration, rather than having this reflexive end to migration. It's to connect people with opportunities. We understand that the political rhetoric is heightened when people see persons who are coming in an irregular way, whether it's across the Channel or across the Mediterranean or to the US Southwest border. But when people come regularly, when people have a visa, when they're going to a job, when they're connected into the economy, the outcomes are overwhelmingly positive for the migrant herself, for the community she's going to, and for the community that she's coming from. And what we ultimately see is that migration leads to better development outcomes. I mean, if you just look at the economics alone, remittances from migrants far outstrip any kind of development assistance back into developing communities. So migration actually can be this force for good and transform the way we think about development as a whole.
You talk about a force for good, but when we hear about migration in the media and in political debates these days, it's mainly about refugee situations, crisis situations, overwhelming local and national political contexts, or municipal authorities not being able to cope with the refugee inflows. But refugees are not the majority of migrants, right?
They're a tiny, tiny piece of people who are on the move today, right? So you have about 280 million migrants today around the world. About 35 million, and Mark will correct me on this if I'm getting it wrong, are refugees. We have an additional about 70 million people who are displaced within their own countries, and that's overwhelmingly, increasingly because of the impacts of climate change, right? And in particular, climate layered on top of conflict. But the vast number of people on the move are going because there are job opportunities. Now, the question for all of us working in this world is, can we create more regular pathways for people to access job opportunities rather than leaving people in the hands of smugglers to cross a very, very unsafe, whether it's a jungle or the sea, in order to access those opportunities?
And this is what the IOM is doing. Could you just give us a couple of words about what the IOM as an organization has, what kind of mandate you have?
Yes, so we are a member state organization, 175 different member states. We work in 170 countries, overwhelmingly in response to humanitarian crises. So for example, IOM has the biggest presence of any UN agency in Ukraine at this moment. We're responding to the floods in Libya or the earthquake in Turkey, for example. But increasingly, we are seeing the need for us as an organization to flip the way we engage, and rather than wait for the crisis to happen, work with governments to build their capacity to have better, more strategic migration policies.
Jagan, you head an organization which is, on the one hand, an organization based in Geneva, on the other hand, a federation of national Red Cross and Red Crescent societies around the world, working in acute refugee situations, but with those roots in those national societies. I guess you also have a permanent picture of this. How does this situation look from your end, the acuteness and the permanence of migration?
No, thank you, and great to be here in Sweden, and thank you for pronouncing my name correctly. That's always a challenge. You know, from the perspective of the Red Cross, Red Crescent, as you said, of course, being present in almost every country in the world, what we see, the migration, or in general terms, the movement of the people, is a very dynamic phenomenon. Sometimes when you live in Europe, I'm living in Geneva now since 2015, it's seen as people trying to come to Europe. That's the sort of the very, very monodimensional approach of looking at it. It's much more dynamic than that. Actually, I spent time last year in Latin Central America, actually tracking the route of migrants heading to the US and Canada, and this year I did the same in Africa. So what I found was more than 85% of the people actually do not want to move. They don't want to leave their home. None of us want to leave our home, even if we are not living in the most developed societies. The second data which I saw was 80% of the people who actually move, they move to the neighboring countries.
Yeah.
For example, if it is Africa, the 80% of the people who are moving within Africa. And these two statistics are extremely important, especially when we have the debate here in Europe to understand. Now, when we look at the people that are moving, I let me put it in the three categories of people moving. One is they are moving because of the conflict, the wars, and because of the lack of protection and safety, people move. People look for safety. And I think that's very natural. All of us would move to a safety if we are subjected to a type of situation where we could be killed or our family could be killed. Then there's a second category of people who move because of the lack of jobs and livelihood opportunities. If you cannot feed your children in the evening and you are hearing the cries of your children every evening before they go to bed, what do you do? That's the type of conversation we need to have. What do you do if your child is crying because your child doesn't have a food to eat in the evening before going to the bed? And almost 700 to 800 million people have that situation today. They go to bed hungry every single day. That's the situation today. And of course, there is a third category of people who move because they are looking for opportunities. They want to see the world. They see what things exist outside of their environment. And if you look at the history, and I think you were listening to the colleagues earlier, there's a saying that butterflies have always had wings and people have always had legs. When you have legs, you move. And that's what has happened. And Amy, you told your story.
Yeah.
And each of us, if we look deeper, this has always happened. So we need to really understand the migration as a very dynamic phenomenon. And it's very human. And we need to see it as a human issue rather than a legal or political or a criminal issue. The movement of people should not be criminalized. And that's what is happening. And I'm very glad to take part in this conversation today.
You mentioned the very important word human. I mean, dehumanization of groups, of people, is normal for political gains in many countries. And when you say that most refugees or people that migrate for various reasons are actually moving to their neighboring countries that are much more fragile societies often than our societies up here, in your experience, take the perspective of a local or a national Red Cross or Red Crescent society. How are those communities coping with that influx of massive amounts of neighbors?
And I think this would be, this is a very important point of discussion. If you look at Lebanon, a small country going through their own political and economic instability, they are hosting millions of people. I think probably the people they are hosting is almost more than the original population. I was just in Egypt 10 million migrants or refugees are living in Egypt. That's almost 10% of their population. Turkey was hosting a few million, I think close to 3 million people. And I was in Africa, country of Gambia. It's economically, it's part of that LDCs, the least developed countries. And it is hosting people. Of course, the country like Gambia is a country of origin, country of transit, and country of destination. Neighboring countries have moved there. And this is, I think, an important lessons to be learned here, particularly in Europe or the North America, that when the societies see the movement of the people as a human issue, and it's the people looking for opportunities or looking for safety. And I think that's when we have that type of conversation, then you see the positive side of migration, which Amy touched on. Yesterday, I was flying through Frankfurt to come here. And the announcement there was, oh, we are delayed because we have worker shortages. Yeah. From ground handling to pilot to the crew. But in that environment, when you talk about, but why are we not getting people who are looking for jobs? And when I visited these countries, the work of the local Red Cross and Red Crescent societies, working with the local authorities, especially the local mayors and the heads of the local villages and the communities, what they are trying to do is show that human pace, trying to have that discussion with the host communities, and trying to have that looking from the opportunity point of view, that how the people can add value to the communities and how the communities can actually benefit from that experience. Generally, if you look at the studies, the people who have migrated, they are hardworking because they are trying to reestablish a life. They want to prove, they want to give a better life to their families, their children. So there is a much bigger motivation to contribute to the society they are migrating to. And the country of Gambia, I talked about before, 20% of their GDP comes from the remittances from migrants. So if we see from that perspective, the positive contributions of the movement of the population far outstrips some of the toxic political debate we see in many countries.
Brief question. Do you think that a Red Cross society in Scandinavia could learn from Red Cross or Crescent societies elsewhere when it comes to playing a role in society for facilitating integration?
Absolutely, and it is happening. It is happening here in Sweden. The Swedish Red Cross, I visited some of the work they have done here with the migrant population. I visited the Red Cross in Norway. I visited the Red Cross in Finland and Denmark, and it is happening. It is happening, especially, of course, when we had the huge influx of people coming from Ukraine. We saw a huge engagement of the local Red Cross. And we really want to sort of have that experience sharing and learning to see that how in different countries the Red Cross can contribute positively in this very, very important topic.
Mark, the UNHCR, as the UN's refugee agency, you have a specific mandate to deal with crises. You're not, you don't have a mandate for the long-term issues, but crises are permanent. What is your perspective on how refugee situations are evolving? What patterns do you see? The past we're coming from and the future we're going towards.
Yeah, indeed. UNHCR was created in 1950 on a temporary basis. It was supposed to ensure protection for European refugees and then find solutions for them. And then the office was destined to close. Unfortunately, we've seen over the last 73 years that we continue to see conflicts arise, persecution, very serious human rights violations continue to occur. People are forced from their homes, from their communities, and in many cases they cross borders. And as a result of that, our mandate has been extended, unfortunately. I think it's worth dwelling on the point of, I think Jagan has referred to it, but there's a misperception that Many of the people are arriving in North America or in Europe, but what we're seeing is that, for the most part, people who are displaced because of conflict, violence, and persecution remain in their own countries. They like to stay close to home if they can, because they want to return home eventually to their own communities. If they're forced to cross the border, in 69% of cases, they remain in a neighboring country. Most of those countries are low and middle income. So that means that our workforce around the world is focused on delivering in emergency contexts in these frontline countries, which are in many cases receiving refugees very generously, but do not have a lot of resources themselves to respond. So, for example, if we look at one of the situations which is of most concern today, it's Sudanese refugees who've fled since the fighting erupted there in April. They're arriving where? They're arriving in Chad, they're arriving in South Sudan, to a lesser degree in Egypt. Chad and South Sudan are two of the poorest countries in Africa. So they are delivering a global public good, but they need assistance in doing so. And that's why we count very much on the support of the government of Sweden and the people of Sweden to be able to deliver protection and assistance at the front line. It's also worth mentioning, though, that conflict in the past, frequently we saw it erupted, there was a peaceful solution, and people were able to return home. What we're seeing now is that frequently conflicts are lasting much longer. If there is a peaceful solution, it's more fragile, and that makes it more difficult for people to return. So looking back to when UNHCR last won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1981, the committee referred to several situations. Two of them were Vietnamese refugees, and Afghan refugees. The Vietnamese, largely through resettlement, found a solution. One of the first refugee families I ever met in Canada, where I'm from, was a Vietnamese family. That demographic group is among the top income earners in Canada now, because there were policies in place to ensure that they were able to succeed. The Afghans, on the other hand, 43 years later, in most cases, they're still waiting for solutions. So we still have approximately 6 million Afghans around the world. And we're seeing more and more situations like that, where we have long-lasting crises. And that means the international community needs to ensure that we help those asylum countries which are hosting these very large numbers of people.
On that note, on the lasting conflicts, there was a poll in one of the Swedish dailies just a couple of days ago about attitude towards receiving refugees from Ukraine. When the war started, there was an outburst of sympathy. All parties, even the most vehement anti-immigrant parties, were sort of supportive of taking refugees. Now, public support for Ukrainian refugees or for refugees in general, is back to where it was before the war started, which was a fairly negative number. I'm wondering, from your perspective, how do you see the links between protracted crises, media reporting, the political dynamics around these issues, and how the public responds?
Indeed, there is a very close link between what we see in the media and public perceptions. In the case of the Ukrainian refugees, we were able to respond on the ground very effectively among agencies, in large part because there was an outpouring of support for our action, and outpouring of support in different ways. So in the case of responding inside Ukraine or in frontline countries like Moldova, we were able to do that because, for example, many Swedes provided financial contributions to Sweden for UNHCR. The Swedish government also stepped up generously. But we also saw something very, very important, Vidar, which is that individuals and companies welcomed people and provided support to them. And this goes to Jagan's point on the local response, because this needs to be an all of society response. In my experience, if people have a direct positive interaction with refugees, then the support can be sustained over a longer period of time. What we do not like to see, I mean, we as humans, we don't like to see chaotic situations. And this speaks to the importance of policy so that public support can be sustained over time. But almost inevitably, as crises grow long in the tooth, people tire of them, attention focuses elsewhere, and support may decline. And I think this goes to Amy's point of being able to ensure that, in this case, refugees are able to contribute positively to host countries. We see it overwhelmingly in the course of the last 70 years that they can, if the right policies are in place, and that helps sustain support over time. Just one last point. My previous appointment was in Mexico, and we saw that, and I saw many cases, if people are given the opportunity to support themselves and their families through legal employment, if their children are able to go to school, if they have access to healthcare because they're included in national programs, then their lives are transformed very, very quickly. And this is really what we need to be seeing, in particular in those frontline countries where frequently refugees, unfortunately, are in camps. They're not necessarily included in national programs, if they exist, and they're not necessarily given the opportunities to support themselves through livelihood, access to land and employment. So this is one of the main points that we're working on now in the UN system, as a result of decisions made in 2018 following the Syrian refugee crisis through the Global Compact on refugees. And will be discussed actually the coming week at the Global Refugee Forum in Geneva among governments, international agencies, development banks, private sector, and refugees themselves.
Governments have a lot on their agenda, and these days a lot of acute things on their agenda. And yet you're saying they need to plan and they need to equip local communities to be able to cope with these situations longer term, beyond the sympathy outbursts. Things will always work well in the short term, but to be successful, you need those long-term planning for crisis. How are you working on that, Amy?
So in some ways, it's just in terms of what makes sense, right, in terms of financial costs and human cost. So think in a country like Sweden, there's generous development support and generous humanitarian support for communities already around the world. But what hasn't happened as much, and what needs to happen if we want to get this balance right, is to connect that development and humanitarian support to the people who are most in need. So for example, take a country like Gambia, where we know that there are many people who are migrating irregularly because of lack of opportunity, or increasingly because the ability to make a life there is difficult. And that will become more true as a result of climate change, right? Gambia, for example, is extremely vulnerable to future climate shocks. They're almost entirely reliant on something like rainfall agriculture. So if we connect the dots, right, we look at the communities where people are coming from, we look at what is driving them to come, and we put assistance into either building out options to improve their resilience to climate change or to improve their options at home. And when there are no options at home, we look at options for them to migrate with dignity and to migrate regularly. And we are at this moment in time where these pieces will align, because even as we see the number of young people increase across Africa at this moment, we are seeing the aging population across other parts of the world. So this is not a situation where people will lose. If we structure this in a way that we connect particularly with lower skilled, more vulnerable people, if we can connect them to the opportunities that are emerging globally, we will see benefits for all economies and all people.
You're saying if we could, but what is the receptiveness of, say, European governments for that discussion?
So I'm looking for the coalition of the willing, right? So we are really looking at the private sector, who overwhelmingly will tell us they do not have a sustainable workforce now or for their future. And a little fun fact, we have been advised that we will not meet the Paris climate goals if we don't actually have migration as part of the solution, because quite simply today, there's not a workforce to transition to a green economy, right? So we're looking for the coalition of the willing, whether it's the private sector, whether it's small town mayors who are desperate to have a sustainable workforce to care for aging populations, or in some cases it's mayors from cities that have emptied out as populations have shifted within their own country. I'm not going to win the culture wars, right? But little by little, we want to demonstrate how this works and how it will benefit all communities.
I think if there are viewers online from the northern part of Sweden, they will hear you on this one.
Can I come in
Sure.
this one? You know, I think because we are dealing with so many problems and the governments have to deal with multiple crises, I think that is the main reason the investment has to be at the local level. You know, when you go to the communities, you go to the village or the communities, they don't distinguish between different issues. You know, when you go to the local level, they have needs and they have aspirations. That's it. So what do? When you invest at those local level, you address to their needs and you support their aspirations. And when that happens, a lot of the other issues we are dealing with are the consequences of lack of investment at the community level. And that is, I think, for the governments, the leaders, if they are listening, my advice would be, if you want to avoid dealing with multiple crises around the world now, or at least you can reduce significantly, if you invest in that community resilience, strengthen the community, the family units, I think that's the way to go. So that's why all of us, I think we are so aligned that we need to invest at those community levels.
Am I also sensing from what all of you are saying that at the local level, in communities, there is a receptiveness to finding solutions, and that there is a discrepancy between the local realities
Absolutely.
and the polarized national debates?
Absolutely.
That's your sense?
Yeah. Absolutely.
And interestingly, the evidence has shown that in communities that have a lot of migrants, the anti-migrant sentiment tends to be lower. Right? It is more the fear of the unknown, fear of the communities that may be on the sidelines, looking at social media or looking at the news reports, and not really understanding how migration can benefit. Now, it's not sufficient to say, okay, this is going to work out in the long term, and everyone should just hold on till then. Governments do need to be engaged in actively working with communities that are hosting especially large numbers of migrants, so that you can better address what will be pressures on the system. So if you take a country like Djibouti, it's 1 million people, right? Djibouti is right in the Horn of Africa at the jumping off point to the Gulf of Aden, over to Yemen, and then into the Gulf countries. Djibouti has 1 million people. 200,000 people pass through every single year, mostly irregularly, on their way to job opportunities. That's as if in the United States, we had 70 million people crossing from the southwest border to Canada every year. It's an enormous number. The government of Djibouti, the people of Djibouti, have been relatively open to the migration trends, but it's fraying. There's so many coming through that it is fraying, right? That you're seeing the social cohesion be impacted. It's a place where we should be engaging, investing to take the pressure off, whether it's healthcare services or other social services, so that you're not overwhelming the structures, particularly of these countries that don't have high capacity to support the influx.
Yeah, on that, I think our vision is clear. If you go to the Global Compact on Refugees, which was adopted following the Syrian refugee crisis, it's very clear that we need to have, we call them area-based approaches. So you have investment, probably by a development actor, the World Bank, for example, that focuses on a specific area benefiting host communities, but also the refugee population. Or if we're talking about people who've been displaced inside their country, we're focusing on the people, the IDPs, internally displaced people, plus the people who are hosting them. And that is really the way forward, because as humanitarian agencies, we have limited resources. We're not designed to sustain healthcare systems and education over the long term. We're not supposed to be building parallel systems. So what we really need is a comprehensive approach to development in those areas which are most impacted by forced displacement.
We're coming towards the end, and we started out saying or confirming that we don't have the right debate in many contexts. Now, given your experiences, your insights and experience on the ground, and experience from meeting leaders, what should be the debate, and what would you want from political and industry and civil society leaders in the migration and refugee debate going forward?
I think maybe the one really important thing is, can we change, let me say, the language? What I meant by that is, a lot of times we describe migration as a problem, as a challenge, as a crisis. The migration is not a challenge. The challenge is the root causes that is creating this environment. The conflict, the poverty, lack of jobs, and lack of livelihoods. And these are just the people looking for opportunities of safety. So I think changing the language from this very negative language to describe the migration to a phenomenon. This is a phenomenon, not a crisis. I think that would be a really, really important thing. And I think the leaders have to lead with values rather than to be influenced. I think leaders have to have that political courage rather than to be influenced by what is written in the social media.
The number of people who've been forced from their homes and communities because of violence and persecution, conflict, has increased by a factor of 2 over the last decade. We are at the breaking point. Our ability to respond is now being seriously tested. So I think the most important thing to look at now is conflict prevention, resolving conflict, and ensuring that we have sustainable peace, so that people are not displaced, and if they have been displaced, so that they can go home.
Last word.
If we're focusing only on people crossing the Mediterranean, we're forgetting the multiple failure points where we could, as a global community, engaged to provide much better outcomes. People are crossing for the most part because they're looking for better opportunities, better economic opportunities, and because they find jobs when they land. So ultimately, we need to build a better system that addresses why people are leaving in the first place, supports the communities they're transiting through, and then ultimately creates a more safe, regular, and orderly option for them to migrate with dignity.
Amy Pope, Mark Manley, Jagan Chapagain, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. So, I'm here now with, step into the light, Ron Davis Alvarez, who's the founder and artistic director of the Dream Orchestra, which we're about to hear as they set it up on stage. So Ron, tell us, what is the Dream Orchestra?
Well, Dream Orchestra is a non-profit organization. We are an orchestra who work with music as a tool for social change. And we started in 2016 when some unaccompanied minors, refugees from Afghanistan and Syria, arrived to Sweden. And later on, nowadays, we are an orchestra with more than 25 nationalities, 19 different languages, and we have more than 400 participants in the whole orchestra.
Wow. And this is founded basically on the principle of El Sistema in Venezuela.
Exactly. I'm from Venezuela, and I grew up in El Sistema program, which was created by Maestro José Antonio Abreu. And yes, it's especially thinking about integration and community, society.
Mm-hmm. And you operate throughout Gothenburg?
Yes, we are in Gothenburg in different places. We are in Angered, we are also in the central, we rehearse in the Bethlehem Church in a church, and we are really multicultural with different languages. It's a fantastic venue to gather with different religions, mindsets, and also the importance of respect each other.
How lovely. And talking of multicultural, you've got a multicultural program for us. Sweden, Afghanistan, Venezuela, right?
Yes, we're going to play it first. We're going to play a piece with a Nordic piece. It's called Vem kan segla förutan vind, which is who can sail without the wind. And it's a beautiful test because in the end, you can see the you can sell without many tools, but you cannot sell without get cried when you say bye to your friends. And this is very touching, especially nowadays in the times we live in. And we also gonna play an Afghan song, traditional, which is called Viaki Beren Bamasar, which is Let's Go to the Masar. And then we played a merengue from Venezuela for our composer Carlos Medrano.
And that last piece must be close to your heart from a...
Very much. It's the way of connecting. You know, if we say that we played something from the north, and we played something from Afghanistan and from South America, because music connects us. Music is a universal language, and when we play it, doesn't matter where you come from, we can speak the same language.
Wonderful. Thank you very much indeed. Well, looks like your orchestra is pretty much ready. This is a subset of your orchestra, of course.
Yes.
Just representatives. But okay, you better go do your job.
Thank you very much.
So the world comes to Gothenburg in the form of the Dream Orchestra. In a short while, we're going to meet Ron again and two members of the orchestra in this next section of our dialogue, which is going to be focused on Gothenburg, on the city and its relationship to migration. And we're assuming for this that the majority of the audience are based in Gothenburg. So please, could you put your hand up if you think you live in Gothenburg? Yeah, that's pretty much the majority. Okay, and what about, do you consider yourself a migrant to Gothenburg? Put your hand up if you consider yourself to be a migrant. I'd say, rough estimate, that's about half of those. That's lovely, perfect. That's a perfect setting for the panel discussion that will follow. Before that, we're going to have a talk from Carl Magnus Johansson, who's senior archivist at the Swedish National Archives here in Gothenburg. And he's going to introduce us to the history of Gothenburg and migration, both as a center, of course, for emigration from Sweden. Amy Pope's forebears perhaps left from Gothenburg, and a center of migration to Sweden. So please welcome Carl Magnus Johansson.
Thank you, Adam. It's an honor being here today. Just as diversity is a matter of course in Gothenburg today, with 29% of the population born in countries other than Sweden, migration was an obvious precondition to the foundation of the city in 1621. Dutch, German, and British immigrants were crucial to the establishment of the new Swedish West Coast gateway to the European economy. The constitution of the city council illustrates their importance, where 3 Germans, 3 Dutch, and 2 Scots left the 4 Swedes a minority. Soon, the Swedish king gave Gothenburg's German and Dutch immigrants permission to establish a German congregation with its own church and school. British immigration and influence grew significantly stronger, for example, with sailors and merchants in the 18th century and industrialists in the beginning of the 19th. Sweden's restrictive regulations regarding beliefs other than Lutheran Christianity eventually changed, allowing people of the Jewish faith to live in a few cities, of which Gothenburg became the city with most Jewish inhabitants in the early 19th century. Last Sunday, I met 3 American relatives of mine on Zoom. Their grandmother, Mary, who was born in the poor woodlands of rural southern Sweden, was my great-grandmother Augusta's cousin. Marion was 15 years old when she got on a ship like this in Gothenburg in 1888 to move to Nebraska, a journey that took her 3 weeks through Hull, Liverpool, and New York. Although Mary traveled alone, she was far from the only one leaving Sweden. From the early 1860s to the 1920s, more than 1 million Swedes left the country, the vast majority for the United States, and the most of them traveled through Gothenburg as their port of departure. When we look at this photograph, it looks exceptional, a ship filled with people and a crowded dock. The extent of this immigration period and how it affected the city of Gothenburg becomes graspable when we consider that this was often a weekly sight in Gothenburg for 2 generations. Sweden was not belligerent in World War II, and many refugees from neighboring countries sought shelter in Gothenburg. In the decades that followed the war, Sweden experienced unprecedented economic growth. A constant demand for industrial labor led to a huge increase in labor immigration from Finland, Italy, Yugoslavia, Greece, and many other countries. One example is the Gothenburg-based vehicle manufacturer Volvo. In 1970, more than 60% of the employees in its largest factory, where 15,000 people worked, were born in foreign countries. Both economists and Volvo have highlighted the importance of labor immigration. In the early 1990s, when anti-immigration attitudes grew in Sweden, the company used advertisement space to make a statement, posing a single question: what would Volvo have been without immigrants? This was followed by arguments that the company would never have been as successful without immigration. Since the 1980s, there has been a rise in migration to Sweden and Gothenburg from conflict-ridden, persecution-heavy, and impoverished areas of the world. The phenomenon reached its peak in the second decade of the new millennium, with many migrants coming from the Middle East, South Asia, and Africa. The examples I have highlighted show that the history of Gothenburg is tightly linked to the history of migration. However, it would be an oversimplification to equate the mentioned groups and events. Instead, we must consider differences in contexts, regulations, and resources, and recognize that discrimination, racism, surveillance, and segregation also are part of this history. This short talk could never represent and give justice to all the people migrating to or from Gothenburg. Still, in the archives, we find the traces of migrants of past times, of unique events and individuals that nuance the grand narratives. With those traces, we can today, although from different experiences, different generations, different geographies, find and value a shared history of migration. Thank you.
I must have been a bit scary when I said I was going to be a bad cop, because Carl Magnus Johansson asked me just before he came on whether it would be okay if he was 12 seconds over his allotted time. It's my kind of speaker. We're now going to have a panel discussion. We're going to be rejoined by Ron Davis Alvarez, two of the orchestra members, Tim and Azra, and also Andreas Spehar, who is director of the Center for Global Migration here at the University of Gothenburg. So please welcome them all. Azra, Tim, Andrea. Thank you very much indeed. Well, Azra and Tim in particular, what a wonderful performance. That was incredible. Thank you very, very much. I think when I walked out on stage after your performance and looked at the audience, everybody had this big, broad smile on their face. It was wonderful. Thank you. Ron, this panel is to explore Gothenburg's relationship with migration. And you have an unparalleled view of that, because you see all these people who have moved to Gothenburg, joining your orchestras in your various ensembles. What does it tell you about the relationship between Gothenburg and migrants?
What is one of the important things that we say in the orchestra is that we are a group of people, but we take care of each individual. That's, I think, is one important point when we talk about migration, because we all in the orchestra have different background, and also different culture, and also histories and different bags. And we are bringing knowledge, we are bringing experience, and connecting to learn as well, where you are arriving. So in the orchestra, I always see the orchestra like a society. And this is the way that I think when you are an orchestra, that you need to learn about socio-emotional skills, and also learn how to hear each other, how to respect each other, how to be compassionate, how also to be empathized. And all these socio-emotional skills they are learning inside of the orchestra became a really important tools for your daily life. And this is something that in Dream Orchestra, we think in every rehearsal we play, that's why we play different repertoire. And the biggest important to connect is we have students from different parts of the city. So we come to, we go to Angere, to Lovjadet, when we have a group orchestra, and we want all the place to connect, Biskopsgården, Tineret, and to try to make this orchestra with a message to the world. And this message to the world is that this world is big, and we need to be able to develop this respectful area and safe place for everyone. So that is what we think in the orchestra, especially when we have so many company minors who arrive to Sweden who have been striving to migration process. Or it's when you are a migrant, you are not a number case in immigration policies. You're a person who has so many things to bring and to learn. So that's why we have it in the orchestra.
Thank you. Yeah, it connects so well with the point that Vidar made in the panel before, that it's so easy to dehumanize people, but everybody's an individual. Andrea, you work on the ground with lots of migrant communities here in Gothenburg. How do Ron's comments compare with your own experience?
I think that this orchestra and the Ron's experience are really, really nice to hear about. Unfortunately, in my work, I'm mostly focusing on challenges and problems that city of Gothenburg and all the other cities in Europe have to cope with because we live in a very diverse society, and also what we heard from the previous speaker, I mean, migration or Gothenburg, city of Gothenburg benefited a lot from the migration. But this migration, like just 2 decades ago, was not that diverse like it's today. So today's migration to Gothenburg is more diverse in terms of origin, gender, age, education, and all that creates some challenges for the city, how to handle new needs and also demand from these very diverse populations. So this is what I'm studying. And of course, I mean, when we talk about diversity or super diversity, we can see both benefits and challenges. And I think that from the perspective of migration debates, I think it's important to talk about both aspects.
Absolutely, thank you. Tim, you wanted to come in.
Yes, my name is Tim, I'm from Ukraine, I'm 16 years old. I came here in Sweden, in Gothenburg, like 1 year ago, approximately. Yeah, but my journey started from Stockholm. We were settled in a kind of hostel for refugees, yeah. We spent there like 2 days, then we were moved, if I pronounce it right, Gävleborg, yeah. And we spent there like from 1 to 2 months, and then we were moved here, also in a hostel for Ukrainians, but we are very, very lucky to get an apartment. So we currently live in an apartment in Majorna. So yeah, we're really happy, and I'm really happy to play in this orchestra, because once I met a guy who was father of the member of orchestra, and he told me about the orchestra and invited me, and I was really happy for that, yeah.
It's lovely to hear your story. Have you found it, I mean, broadly, are you finding it easy to integrate?
First time it was kind of difficult. Honestly, yes, it was difficult, but time go, and I think, yes, I feel good now, but it was difficult for everyone, of my family, yeah. Yeah.
What's your biggest worry about what's your biggest worry about what lies ahead?
We were really missing Ukraine first time, our homeland, yeah. But now we are integrated, I think, and we got used to this, to Sweden, very wonderful country, to these people. Yeah,
have you thought about whether you might want to stay or go back?
I have thought about it, and I think I'm tilting to stay here with my family, because I think this is country of opportunities for me.
And will you be able to stay?
I hope so. I hope so, because it's a problem for now. We got a permission. All the Ukrainians can stand here until 2025. But I'm not sure about what will be then. I really hope that Ukrainians who study here, who work here, they will be able to stay here in Sweden because it's really important, I think, yeah.
Asra, we've heard Tim's origin. What about yours? How did you arrive in Gothenburg?
Yeah, I moved from Turkey to Säffle, actually, a small town in Sweden. And I started school there, and they sent me a class with other children from other countries. So it was easy to be there. Everyone was like me. So, and then as time passed, I learned Swedish. So they moved me to my regular class with Swedish kids. Mm-hmm. So it was a little hard to be there.
Difficult,
but,
yeah.
It was difficult.
Start.
It was hard to make friends because I didn't speak Swedish well. So I was very alone at the beginning. And then my parents thought it could be good to send me and take piano lessons. So I started playing piano. And then I really liked playing with others, so I moved to violin instead. And then in last summer, we moved to Gothenburg. And I met with Dream Orchestra and Ron. And I really liked to be a part of it. It's like, we are all so different, but at the same time, we are so same. So it's good to be part of it.
It's a model for social cohesion for us all. It's amazing. Yeah, thank you. I wanted to get the audience involved in this conversation. I mean, we're beginning to talk about what migration brings to Gothenburg and what Gothenburg brings, perhaps, to migrants who move here. And given the makeup of the audience, I think all of you must have opinions on that. What do migrants bring? What should Gothenburg do for migrants? Challenges and opportunities, yes. Good things and bad things. If you're feeling bold, I'd like you to talk to your neighbour about that. I'd like to just turn off our microphones on the panel and take just 2 minutes and have you choose whichever of the people at your side you want to talk to and spend 1 minute telling them what you think is relevant to this question, and then have 1 minute telling them for them to tell you what they think. If you don't want to do that, you can just spend 2 minutes checking your phones, that's fine. But anyway, I hand it over to you for the next 2 minutes. Please talk to each other about what migration and Gothenburg do for each other, please. I'm sorry to interrupt. It's a shame to draw that to a conclusion, but there is lunchtime, and I hope that the conversations will continue. And I'm actually going to come and get some comments from the audience in a minute. But thank you. We had a nice talk here as well, and one of the things that we were talking about was the fact that the orchestra is a lovely safe space where things are good, but when you step outside the orchestra, things are pretty challenging. Ron?
That was what I mentioned. When we are in the orchestra, we feel safe, we feel listening, but when we go out of the orchestra, we have to deal with the reality, I must say. It's a challenge for being a migrant. We have an orchestra, in the orchestra, since the orchestra started, we have probably 11 deportations. We have also a student who have dealing with anxiety and difficulties because they don't know their immigration status. And this is something that we take for granted sometimes. We think that things are already known. Even myself, when I came to Sweden, I mean, even I came with job, it's very confusing to try to connect into it. And we, as an orchestra, just an example, we are an organization, a civil organization, and we kind of like strive for funding because and we are an example of one organization. Can you imagine other organizations who try to make this project, and it's very hard to get negative answers from people who have to leave, family who have to leave, or people who don't know how to move in. And this is when we have to face the reality after the beautiful tuning. And this I call out of tune. And also the faces that we have so many nationalities who are coming from Ukrainian, Palestinians. And we have to have in mind that, yes, it's a lot of people working to migration, to evolve, but I don't know if it's enough. I don't know if we are really doing everything we can to listen the future of migration, to listen refugees, to listen asylum seekers, because people who leave their countries, when they have to leave, sometimes it's your choice, sometimes it's not.
You carry a lot of baggage when you travel, not just your suitcases, but everything around you. Andrea, would you like to?
Yeah, I think it's also very important to talk about different factors that are affecting the lives of migrants. And migrants, as we all know, they are very diverse groups, both in relations to for how many years they have lived here in Gothenburg, but also why they are migrants. So there are many different stories, of course.
Just the labeling of everybody, all of those different groups as migrants is kind of crass and awful.
Yeah, labor migrants, for example. Then we have people with refugee status. We have asylum seekers. We have people that came through family reunification policies. We have EU mobility migrants. So it's a very diverse group that is also governed by different rules, of course. And like for people from Ukraine, they are governed by different rules than people coming here from Syria. So they have more like temporary status, which is also affecting their expectations and also their establishment in the society. So there are these like dilemmas: should we invest in education here in Sweden or not? Should we strive for good employment, or should we just wait for situation to get better to return to Ukraine? While some people, for example, from Syria, they are on the way already to establishing themselves in the society in different ways. But we have also, I have to really say that, because Gothenburg is one of the cities in Europe with the most extreme spatial segregation, residential segregation. And this spatial segregation is creating many different inequalities in relations to income, employment, health, and education. And these migrants that are living in these segregated areas, they don't have the same prospects in life, and this is what all research is showing us.
How did that arise? Why did it happen, and how do you stop it?
I mean, they developed over time, of course. And in some way, I mean, this is not something that is very particular just for Gothenburg. We have these problems in all, especially bigger cities in Europe that are, cities of opportunities for many migrants. But when all these different groups are, this is like a melting point for these groups. And we have, as I said, different legislation, different frameworks that is governing all this. And some migrants, they have very insecure situation. Some of them are used more as a commodities within the labor market than humans. Some refugees, they are stuck in these segregated areas. They don't have like financial capital or anything to move out. So it's, I think that these socioeconomic factors are reproducing these inequalities, and it takes a lot of action and investments, both in integration policy, but also in welfare policy and labor market policies in order to change these negative patterns. And City of Gothenburg is working a lot on that, I know, but it's also governed by the national state. And so it's the position to have more proactive role in all this by the cities is very complicated because there are so many stakeholders involved in all this.
Just very, very briefly, Ron, on that point about people being stuck in the suburbs. You mentioned earlier that when we were chatting that some of your players never come into the center of Gothenburg. They just
we have someone as a student who live in the suburbs or very far from the city. Normally when we tell, we have a rehearsal in the central, they completely, I don't know what it is. You know, and you take for granted that everybody knows because it's a Google map, but actually no. We have to think and how we all feel part of the city. And I know there are many programs they are working hard to develop them because we cannot say just only the challenges part, but we know that. But it's very interesting when you think that you go to these places and try to integrate and more than integrate, to offer the possibility to play together, and then say we have a concert in Gasha Tower, for example, and there are parents who say where is that? Where in the central is that? So it's probably many people who are living in the central never been there in Tinneret, or I work in a community school in Tinneret where we have a program, and probably there are people who never been there. And when we talk about integration, when we talk about development in society, it's like that everyone can really reach every place and be able to feel safe.
Thank you. Tim, I'm going to ask the audience for a comment in a minute, but you wanted to talk about your personnel number.
Yes, exactly. The one thing which is different between Ukrainians and other refugees is that Ukrainians, they cannot receive a personal number. Totally, they cannot receive it. So it is really many limited because it many limits for Ukrainians and like insurance. Yes, like it's hard to get a job when you don't have personal numbers. So yeah, that's one of the most important things. That it would be really nice if Ukrainians would be able sometime to get a personal number. Yeah, because it's our like circle of opportunities. It becomes really much broader. Yes.
Well, your future depends on it. Yes. Your future here will depend on it. Yes.
Yes. And there's no future without personal number.
Okay. Let's hope somebody's listening.
So yeah, it will be really nice to get it because Ukrainians, every Ukrainian I know, they work, they study. So there's an organization called Help Ukraine Gothenburg for Ukrainians. So yes, and I think Ukrainians are really motivated to work and stay here and develop their career. So yeah, the personal number is very needed thing.
Thank you. And just last word to you, Azra, before we go. What do you think your biggest challenge is that you face?
Like right now, I have unlimited permission for staying in Sweden. But like in the beginning, I moved to Sweden 6-7 years ago. So we waited 2 years for getting permission to stay in Sweden and also get personal number. And it's a very stressing time with challenges like not get any job, or my parents couldn't go to Swedish course, like for taking Swedish lessons.
Yeah,
they
okay,
couldn't
they
take
even
it
take right, yes.
either.
Yeah, but happily that is past. Okay, we have microphones, and if you'd like to make a comment, let's go to the serendipity of audience comments. Would anybody like to say anything? Ask a question, make a comment based on the conversations you just had?
It's over there.
There's
One
a
person.
Good, yes, there's a here, down here, please. Thank you, Petra. Thank you for being brave and raising your hand. Wonderful. Please.
Too close.
Thank you for today. I want to say that society expects a lot of migrants to adjust, to learn the language, to become one here in the society. But I always have thought, and I have talked to Ron about this, about also the way that people here should be more open. It's a job of two sides. It's not only the migrant, but also the ones that are here already. How you welcome these people. If you want to make it work, it has to be, everybody has to do their part. Thank you.
Thank you very much. More comments. There's one back here. There's a lady right at the top in a white jumper there, a white top. Thank you. And looking for the next one. And then one down here as well, I think. And behind you just as well. Thank you. Please.
Okay, so for me, I think it's the policy that has been put in place. For example, I'm a migrant from Nigeria, and I'm doing my master's here in Gothenburg. And my field of studies is social work. I have my BSc in social work from Nigeria. And one of the things I tried finding out before coming was, can I work as a social worker here in Gothenburg? And then the comment my study administrator told me was, oh, I didn't have my BSc here in Sweden, so I can't work as a social worker here. And that was like a dream shattered, because right now I can't work in my field. And I'm still trying to build my future, build my CV, and all of that. So for me, it's policies that have been put in place that's not really favorable to the migrants.
Thank you very much indeed. Andrea, do you have a comment on that? Or?
Yeah, I can have a comment. I think that really, policy making in the area of migration integration is extremely important, and we know also from our studies that migrants, no matter what group we are talking about, they have really hard time to navigate different institutions, and also that waiting periods for different decisions are very long here in Sweden, and this is affecting, of course, their life prospects, like delaying education or missing chances at the labor market and so on. So I think that what we need both in Sweden and in Gothenburg is like more moderate policy making that is more close to reality, and also what we find from our studies is that since we heard already in other panels today that we have the migration in general is very negatively portrayed in the media, and it's blamed for different things in societies, from crime to welfare spending and so on. And this is also affecting the migrants and their sense of belonging in a very negative way. So I think we need to find a middle way, some more moderate way how we discuss migration. And also, I think that we should turn down the volume in migration discussions and not to raise the noise anymore, because this is really damaging for the prospects of society, cities, and the migrants themselves.
Thank you. Please.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, okay. I think one very important aspect that was mentioned is how the cities are structured. And I have been fortunate enough to, well, I've been in Sweden for 15 years and I'm an immigrant also. But I have been fortunate enough to live in different parts of the city. In the very center of Gothenburg. Now I'm living outside, about 70 kilometers in Vårgårda, very tiny, very Swedish town. But also I have had the opportunity to live for 9 months in Angered, in Ranneberg specifically. And through these years in Sweden, I have met, of course, many people. And I am a person that likes to talk, as you can see. So I like to hear people. I like to ask questions. And many people that I have met through the years studying SFI or SAS have told me, I live in areas in Gothenburg where I don't meet any Swedish person. I don't speak Swedish. The only opportunity that I have is when I come to SFI. When I went to live in Angered for 9 months, in Ranneberg specifically, I realized there is, sorry for the word that I'm going to use, is basically a ghetto. Is not only and very separated from the city physically, about 10 to 15 kilometers, but also more than 95% of the people, is my perception, are foreigners. They are not integrated at all with the Swedish society. And this is a very important aspect, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Okay, we had a comment up there. We have only very few minutes, but so short comments, please. It's lovely to hear from you.
Okay, my name is Lars. So I'm a Swede here, and my thought here is very much so that we don't have an immigration problem in Sweden, actually. What we have a problem with is integration. And if you talk about migration and immigration, that's migration office that will take care of that estate. But when we talk about integration, it's all about the whole society, the companies, all of us. And if you look on crimes or those type of things that they often talk about, immigration and those problems, it's very seldom, it's never actually first generation. It's a second or the third generation immigration. And then it's actually a proof that it's an integration problem. So we have a task and we all need to participate.
Thank you. It's, and perception questions, perceptions of migrants are going to be dealt with very much after lunch as well. So thank you for the comment. Sorry, we have people everywhere, but I think we have time for only one more comment or maybe two very short ones here and here, very quickly. I know there are hands everywhere. Now we make a decision. Do we give up on lunch? I think I will. Who has a microphone? I can't even see. Oh, we're up there. It's run away from. I'm sorry, I've lost control here now. Go on then. Please, go ahead. Last comment, I'm afraid.
Hi, my name is Ayu. I'm from Malaysia. Okay, I'm also one of the immigrants here. My problem now for my permit, I think I can see here in Sweden there is no deadline, meaning that the processing time, when can you get your extension permit? Whereas in other European countries, for example in Netherlands, there is a deadline given to process the permit, meaning that if if the case officer missed to process the permit, they need to pay the penalty to the applicants. But here in Sweden, I've been follow up with the migration office asking about my resident permit extension, and then they say that you need to wait.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. I see Andrea nodding with recognition at that. I know there are so many comments we could have, and I'm sorry, but the timekeeper isn't allowed to break the rules. That's how it is. So all of this can continue over lunch. Ron, you're allowed a last comment.
What I said is that we know there's many challenges. We are facing that. But also we start to look for the people who are making solutions and support them. That's what we have to look, because there are society already organized who are making projects like Dream Orchestra, like other projects, who are doing the job to make this integration. So look on them, support them, and that's, I think, the best way.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you to you all for this conversation. Now, we're going to change direction. We've been talking about human migration all morning, and just before lunch, we're going to just spend 10 minutes thinking about migration of animals instead. And to lead us through that, I'm very pleased to welcome Suzanne Urkerson, who is Professor of Animal Ecology at Lund University. So if we all depart, Suzanne will take over. Thank you.
I'm very grateful to be here to talk about animal migrants regularly performing migration across the globe. Every year, hundreds and thousands of Laotian albatross chicks are born at Midway Atoll in the Hawaiian archipelago. They are fed by their parents for 165 days approximately. The parents forage on squid they catch at sea, primarily at night. After those days, they are ready to leave the island, but they have to leave alone because the parents have already left. They will spend the next 7 to 9 years wandering around the North Pacific, and after that time, they will return to the island and breed themselves. If they're lucky, they will continue to breed with the same partner for 40 years. But how do they find the way during the first migration? We've studied the first migration by wandering albatrosses at the Crozet Islands in the South Indian Ocean. We tracked the movements of the juveniles and adult birds. And the juvenile wandering albatrosses, they have inherited a capacity to find sex-segregated wintering zones or foraging zones at sea that overlap with the adults. But we know, because they depart later than the parents, that they have found these areas by themselves. At Ascension Island, in the South Atlantic Ocean, Charles Darwin visited this island on the Travel with the Beagle and noted that there's massive numbers of adult green turtles on the beaches, and he speculated about where they came from. We know that from December to June, Ascension Island and the few beaches there are visited by many green turtles for egg laying. Around 4,500 females go there each year and lay their eggs, and in total they lay 24,000 clutches of eggs. It means that nearly 3 million hatchlings are leaving this island on the first migration. We also know they migrate alone. We know that they have inherited a program encoded in their genes that will enable them to react to gravity, visual information, wave patterns, and the geomagnetic field to guide them to open sea. We've been able to track the migration of the adults, and we know that they will travel to Brazilian coastal waters after breeding, and it takes them 4 years to refuel after this long migration and reproduction to put on fat to be able to return. We've also tracked the homing behavior of those female turtles during breeding, and we've discovered that the successful routes correlate with the downwind direction from the island. Likely they are reacting to some information that's transported by the winds, possibly odors, to locate the island again. The bar-tailed godwit is a wader breeding in high Arctic tundra, and they perform migrations from Alaska to New Zealand. It's a spectacular long migration. They perform it non-stop for 6 to 9 days. It will take them 10,000 kilometers without landing. To prepare for this long migration, they need to refuel for 60 days or more in Alaska. And they will more than double the mass during that time. But just before departure, they will shrink the intestines, the liver, the kidney, and the stomach to save energy. But how do they find the way? From work with songbirds, we know that birds have compasses that are based on information from the sun, the stars, and the geomagnetic field. We also know that they have map information from odors, landmarks, and geomagnetic information that can guide them. The common swift is an insectivorous bird. It catches insects on the wing. It places its eggs in nest boxes or tree holes or maybe in cliffs or cavities in houses. 1 to 3 eggs. At the ecology building where I work, we have 144 swift nest boxes under the roof. We have nest box cameras to monitor the breeding, but we can also capture the swifts and tag them and track the migrations. We've used miniature data loggers recording time and light to track the migration of swifts. But we've also captured swifts in other locations, like here in northern Swedish Lapland, in natural nest box colonies. We've found that when the swifts migrate south and they are crossing the Mediterranean Sea and the Sahara, it takes them roughly a month in autumn, but only 5 to 6 days in spring, hitchhiking with tailwinds. We continue to track swift from other locations in Europe, 11 populations from northern Sweden to southern Spain, and we've discovered an unusual chain migration pattern in the common swift, meaning the northern swifts will winter furthest to the north. The southern swifts will continue to migrate through Africa to southeastern parts and enjoy the seasonal rains, providing insects in midwinter. We've also been traveling to other places and tracked the subspecies of the common swift, the Pekinensis, here in Beijing, in the eastern part of the range. By mist nets, we've captured the swifts leaving the colony under the roof of the summer palais in one morning. We've ringed all the birds by local ringers and then tagged some of them with the loggers. The next year they are captured again, and we know where they've been. We found that these swifts, they migrate to southwestern Africa and back. It means 30,000 kilometers in 1 year, an enormous distance. And they will arrive later than the swifts from Europe and explore more dry areas in southern Africa. We've also produced our own multi-sensor loggers measuring acceleration, light and time, and thereby we've been able to measure the flight activity of swifts. And the actograms here in this graph shows the red lines that the swift have been landing 2 times in the winter. The black bars show that they will spend the night in summer in the nest boxes. and the white parts show that they are continuously flying. And this bird has been landing only twice the first year and none the second year. It means that 99% of the time in winter or non-breeding, the swifts will fly. The swifts can fly up to 10 months without landing. So swift life means that it will cover 7 turns around the globe in 1 year and 7 turns to the moon and back in a lifetime. A related species to swifts are the European nightjar. It also forages on the insects, but it catches it on the wing at dusk and dawn, using the vision to find the prey. And we've discovered by using the multisensory loggers that they perform the migration to southern Africa, and they make stopovers in various places and up to a month in the Sahel zone on spring migration before they cross the Sahara. Our loggings through the year have shown the flight activity is strongly correlated with the moon cycle. It means for the nightjars foraging at dusk and dawn that they can expand the foraging into the night when the moon is there for them. And that means that they can fuel faster on migration. And we've seen from the logging that, in fact, the peak migration occur around 11 days after full moon. And then it means that thousands of nightjars are flying at the same time in Europe and Africa on the way to the wintering ranges. It's not only birds that migrate. We also have animals migrating within continents, like the wildebeest migration in Eastern Africa. They are moving in large herds involving 1.5 million wildebeest. They have to cross rivers. It's a high risk of the migration, and they may meet Nile crocodiles at those crossings. This migration is a clockwise loop through Kenya and Tanzania and enable animals to leave dry land and enjoy the seasonal rains and the grass that's newly grown, where the calves are born and they can feed the young. But the huge amount of biomass transported by those migrations will also be explored by local carnivores. It's not only big animals migrating. Here's another example. The painted lady is a butterfly migrating from tropical Africa to Northern Europe and back in 1 year. But it's not just one generation. This migration system consists of 6 generations of butterflies, each covering part of that route, from where they are born to where they will reproduce. And some years they are migrating in high numbers. As the painted ladies migrate south in the summer in eastern Sweden, the Caspian tern chicks are still fed by their parents, preparing for the long migration south of the Sahara. We've been able to track families of Caspian terns, and in 9 out of 10 cases is a father or a foster father leading the young during that journey. They can learn to follow the routes from the parent, and then this migration route may be repeated up to 30 times from the first migration. But it's not without risk. Those individuals that were separated from the parents before migration, they are exposed to predation by avian predators like eagles and hawks. So it's important to keep together during this time. Now, migratory animals are of course vulnerable, and we are unfortunately causing some threats to some of them. Habitat destruction could be one reason they are threatened. We also need to develop our societies and energy systems, for example, but we need to care for where we place those wind farms, for example, in relation to migration routes to avoid collisions. We can also see that climate change is a high risk for migratory animals. And the polar bear is a migrant too. It can migrate up to 1,000 kilometers between land and sea, exploring the ice edge, hunting for seals. But when they are in their right environment, and I hope we can see them also in the future, I hope we can share the excitement with our future generations looking at animal migration. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Suzanne. I'm sorry you had to rush through at the end there, but you know, humans are controllable. The actor W.C. Fields said, never work with children or animals. Animals are not controllable. They overrun. It was wonderful to be reminded of some of these extraordinary feats of migration. Thank you.
In the beginning, there were words. And the words were coming from a very small voice, wondering, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? And inside your head, there was an unreliable narrator talking to itself. We're lost, aren't we? Will you tell me? Now, fast forward 4.54 billion years, there you are, still looking at a map. But the map is a blank page. It's got red lettering in the middle saying, you are here. And while you palm your eyes, looking for some peace, there is someone urging you on not to give up. They're saying, please hold. Your call is very important to us. But it's not very convincing, and so you let out an ancestral sound. And somewhere in all of the calamity, a memory is being stirred to life. And you remember your father's experimental stumbling between past, present, and future tense. And you can feel the calm and comfort in the time traveling between his words. He is trying. Some words have backstroked across an ocean. Some words have been birthed through the rhythm of bad kisses clunking their teeth. Some words have literally leapt from mouth to mouth between borders. Now some words transformed into names, and with name followed worth and purpose. Now some phrases survived. You see, a broken dialect is not broken. Its topography is just different. So it's no wonder that some thoughts meander more than others. They have been traveling for a really long time. Besides, speaking is about more than just getting to the point. And in the end, there will probably still be a very small voice wondering, are we there yet? And you will answer, thank you for listening.
Welcome back. It's really lovely to see you all again. And I'd like to welcome especially the 40 high school students from the USA who have joined us as part of the National Association of High School Scholars, spending the week here in Sweden for Nobel Week, and they've taken a day trip down to Gothenburg to be with us. So where are you, you high school scholars? Hooray! Welcome. Beautiful. Make some noise. That's nice. Thank you. At the outset, you heard how migrant journeys underpin so many stories of so many Nobel laureates. And we've brought 3 such Nobel laureates together for the next conversation. Abdul Razak Gurna, 2021 Nobel laureate in literature, was a refugee who had to move from Zanzibar to the UK as a teenager. At a similar age, Ardem Pataputian, 2021 physiology or medicine laureate, moved from Lebanon to Southern California. And Stephen Chu, who was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics in 1997, was born in America, but his parents had recently moved to America from China. So those 3 are going to compare experiences and talk in general about the migrants' experience under the moderation of Katrine Kilos Marshall, who is an author and global economics commentator for Dagens Nyheter. Please welcome them all.
There's a word in Swedish that I don't like. It's also one of these words that I don't think exists in that particular way in that many other languages, and things like that are always interesting to me because I think they say something about something else. And this word that I actually had thrown at me, weirdly quite a lot, growing up in Sweden is helsvensk, which means fully Swedish. And my experience was that when people realized that you didn't fit, or your background didn't quite fit with this word, no matter how you looked, really, there was this maths that had to be done about how many percentages you were not fully Swedish and how exactly those percentages were to be divided. And you just got a lot of questions about your background. And questions about background can be, as we've seen today, quite tricky to answer. And I personally would end up just saying something along the lines of, my family's from Eastern Europe, hoping that would end the conversation because it became shorthand for, well, we've moved a lot because that's just the history of that region, as it is of many other regions in the world. We've migrated, and also the other experience of migration, which I don't think there's a word for, at least not in Swedish, which is you stay, but somebody else moves the border. And so you don't cross the border crosses you, and then what do you become, and what can you see from the other side of it? Professor Gurna, you write in your novel, By the Sea, I'm a refugee, an asylum seeker. These are not simple words, even if habit of hearing them makes them so. Would you say it's a fair description to the audience and the people watching at home who might or might not have read your novels, that is, to a large degree, what your writing has been about?
Well, not entirely, in the sense that it's not the only subject or idea or topic that I write about. But certainly in that book, it is very much about the condition of being refugee, and that warning, I guess, that habit of hearing them makes it seem as if we know what that is. In reality, of course, what we do know is often a misrepresentation of what it is like to be either a refugee or an asylum seeker. And I think everybody who comments on the condition in which people find themselves in is keen to demonstrate that, to show how and in what ways that, shall we say, that popular image, which might be because of the photographs, which might be because of little clips of film on the news and so on, that doesn't really describe the condition of being a refugee.
So you first set foot in the UK, where you've now lived for 5 decades. Was it Gatwick Airport?
Actually, I don't know.
You don't know?
I mean,
I read that it was Gatwick Airport, but...
Well, I don't remember whether it was Gatwick or Heathrow. Because in the confusion of arriving, you're more sort of like, well, it was a long time ago as well. But I remember the confusion of arriving. I'm not sure there was Gatwick or Heathrow.
Okay, but you were 18?
I was 18,
It was 1967?
That's correct, yeah.
You were fleeing Zanzibar, which was this frightening place at the time, with your brother. And there was a confusion, you say, but I've also heard you talk about that we have this way of describing the arrival to Europe as this kind of confusion that never ends, and that is a bit of a colonial, or it is a colonial trope, that people come and sort of the experience of arriving, European culture, Western world is so overwhelming that these people find themselves forever displaced, right? And that's not the case, because your writing often emphasizes the resilience, right?
Yeah, when I say confusion, I remember in the novel I'm writing about somebody who's 65 years old, who has been through many things, including imprisonment, including various, loss of beloveds and so on. I was 18. Yeah. I knew nothing. I hadn't traveled anywhere very much outside of East Africa. Yeah. And I came completely unprepared in that sense about what it was that I would find. Even if you think it's a different world in a way, I think now. When I left Zanzibar, we didn't have television in Zanzibar. There was very, very little publication available as a result of the restrictions of the post-revolutionary government. So really the only thing I knew about Britain or Europe or whatever were bits and pieces gathered kind of haphazardly here and there, maybe something from the cinema or a photograph or something like that. Whereas today, if there would be the internet, you'd have been seeing things on TV, you probably would have had shared experiences of others because so much has happened in these 50 years when it comes to these movements of people to Europe. So the confusion was perfectly, I think, forgivable or understandable that you arrive, you think you know something, because we were just only recently still a colony of Britain. And so you still have those stories that you've been told as a colonized person. But this, of course, is not the reality when you get there.
What is the reality when you get there?
Well, the reality is far less straightforward and clean, and it's far less friendly, should I say, far more hostile, a little bit colder as well than you imagined.
Yeah.
I think it was more or less, really, it should have been expected, and I'm sure my colleagues here will have had similar experiences too. Being a stranger is alienating. Yeah. And being a stranger without experience, without skills, without a job, without money is different. I think if you're going somewhere as a properly prepared person perhaps with skills, with a job and so on, or you have experience of travel. When you don't, it's quite a frightening thing to be in a strange place. So I think it was, wherever it was, it probably would still have been alarming in various ways. What was, I guess, more alarming in this case is because I thought I knew something about it. And then you get there and find that, in fact, it's quite unlike. Worst of all is that can't understand what people are saying, even though I thought I could understand English, but I couldn't understand what people were saying. And they called me names, frightening. So it's those kinds of things. And when you're like that, I keep returning to this idea. You don't know how to go into a bank. You don't know how to go into a cafe. You don't know how to do all the simple things that would make you not kind of feel as if you're standing out as a stranger, you know, to do those things that would make you disappear into the community or into the society. Everything was. And so probably this way of responding to everything, if anything, probably drew attention rather than if you could just crawl around, as it were, and hide.
So you were 18 and you're saying you were completely, or you were unaware of what you were going to, but were you aware of what you were losing?
No, well, that's the other thing. I think that when I started by saying what the condition of being, well, shall we say a dislocated person? We don't have to say always refugee because there are different reasons for being dislocated. But when I said that it's not always, that kind of popular idea does not take account of the condition. One of the most important things, of course, is that what has this person lost? What has been left behind? Which is very much in the mind, I think, of that person, but not always in the mind of those who are looking on.
Was it in your mind when you were 18?
It was terrible. You know, within minutes, I was thinking, what have I done?
Professor Pataputin, I thought about your lab when I was listening to the Dream Orchestra earlier, or I've never been to your lab, but you told me about it yesterday very kindly. And the Dream Orchestra here with making music with all these people with different stories and from different nationalities, that was a bit how you described your lab to me yesterday. Because there are very many migrants in your lab, and there is more failure, I think, in science than in music. But apart from that, there's something similar there, right?
Absolutely. I think in science we enjoy this wonderful coming together of people from all around the world, and we share the migrant experience. And I think in return we get a lot back. Not only their different points of views, what they bring to question with different backgrounds and different thoughts and different information. But I feel very special. I mean, anytime in my lab, there is probably people from 8-9 countries. And it's not just what immigrants bring to science to me, it's also the opposite, in the sense that, you know, I was Armenian origin, born in Lebanon, came to US when I was 18, and there's this strong sense of not really belonging anywhere. And I think when I first started working in a lab and experienced this international community, I often say that I found my tribe, and it's the tribe of science. Yeah. And so I think that's the kind of what I get from it, is that this wonderful belonging, because we're all, and this was said actually very eloquently, we're all different, but we're also very similar.
So how would you describe the tribe of science in an anthropological way?
A bunch of misfits
who
think differently and like to enjoy life and do things their own way, and are mainly curiosity driven. I guess those are some words that come to mind.
Your own experience, you also fled with your brother, and you were also 18, from Lebanon, and you came to California, right?
That's right.
And you were working all kinds of job for a while to get residency and to get an education. You were delivering pizzas, correct? And you were also, and this is the bit that interests me, you were writing weekly horoscopes for an Armenian newspaper.
That's right.
That is the most fantastic gig, right?
It is. It might disappoint some people who read this to know what's coming. But one of the editor came back from a party and said, I met this lovely old lady who said, you know, I'm encountering the same horoscopes, and I guess the typesetter was just recycling them.
Yeah.
So he asked me to just come up with some fresh material.
Okay, and did you? Sorry, I will move on eventually. But did you like look at the stars, or?
No, I think you get in the habit of trying to write things that a lot of people can relate to.
Yeah.
But I was also trying to play this game where I would try to give advice to my friends and tell them, read your horoscope this week.
Oh, okay, so it was...
But then I actually realized that the typesetter didn't care what I wrote for each month and was just randomly
they just moving
putting
them around.
So it didn't make sense. Again, sorry to disappoint people who follow this.
Yeah, okay.
It's great fun.
Yeah. Okay, so Professor Chu, you're Pisces. You're born in February. You are born in the USA, as Bruce Springsteen put it, but you are of Chinese background, and you're somebody who's obviously a Nobel laureate, but somebody who also moved into politics. You were Secretary for Energy during the first Obama administration, and you are also living within the tribe of science. Do you agree with this description about the dream orchestra of the labs?
I think the idea of a bunch of misfits who do what they want is an accurate description.
And do you see yourself as a conductor then?
No, I see myself solidly as a bunch of misfits.
There's no conductor.
There is and there isn't. I think in a well-run lab, there is. It's very flat. One tries to teach your students and postdocs that the mentor is actually one of you as well, and then when you go and you brainstorm, you try to establish the idea there is no rank. The rank is just your ideas. And I think this is something we all cherish, that all of a sudden it's flat. There's no the boss and the second boss and everything else.
Has it become more difficult to gather this tribe of misfits from all the places of the world now because of the political rhetoric and what's happening in politics around migration issues and migration legislation and visa legislation? Has this become a problem for science?
It is becoming a problem. To be candid, it's especially becoming a problem in the United States. There's been a political backlash that says, I think it's not, this part's not unusual in the United States, when people's lives on balance are not getting better, then all of a sudden they're getting unhappy. And what I see around the world, and including the United States, is someone rises and says, okay, your life isn't getting better, your children's lives may even become worse than yours, and I'll tell you who to blame. And the immigrants would always be the first. And then you also want an external enemy, and so the United States is generating, it doesn't have to generate very hard, an external enemy. And so what has happened is this great mixing pot of the United States, where its entire history, I should say its entire history of Europeans settling in the United States. There's a deeper history, of course, but its entire history of people coming to starting with Europe, but all over the world, was one of the United States' great strengths. The other great strength of the United States is quite often first generation, but almost assuredly second generation. You will never be asked, are you American enough?
Yeah.
You could be fifth generation in Sweden,
or
Switzerland even more so.
Switzerland even more so, yes.
That you might always be regarded, well, you're not completely Swiss.
Not completely.
Okay, but if you're born in the United States, the acceptance and the attitude of the American people in the past has been so good that way. And so, although my parents grew up and they were feeling a strong amount of prejudice, and if maybe people don't know, but the anti-Chinese part of American history is not a good history. It goes back 50, 80, 100 years, China's Exclusion Act, things like that. And I thought that was all past us until recently, what's been going on in the last decade.
Yeah, because now you are living in the US, being born in the US, but you have Chinese heritage, you've worked, you've been in government in the US, but the relationship between the US and China and the rising tension there is probably the defining geopolitical difficult relationship at the times of our time. How does that affect you?
Well, I've been as active as I possibly could in trying to put some calm in this and some rationality, and to try to remind the United States that without immigrants, U.S. science, U.S. technology, U.S. many, many things would not be where it is. And that was a large measure of the success of the United States. And to see us forgetting these important lessons is very tragic. It's not only tragic selfishly for the United States, but the fact that you can have scientists from different countries coming and crossbreeding, going and studying different places, working in different places, and this international stamp that we all bring to each other, and know that we've lived in different places and been educated in different places, is a form of diplomacy which is hard to turn your back on unless you're driven by times of short political expediency. You want a new enemy. And this is very, very tragic that politicians are feeding on that.
Yeah. Professor Ghana, who does the English language belong to?
Well, languages don't really belong to nations, if that's what you mean. Certainly English now has become, American, to go to the United States, I believe now, even if you want a resident card, you have to be able to speak in English. Certainly to become a citizen, you have to speak English. And no doubt if you're willing or wanting to operate in the world as a businessman or whatever, you need to have English. So it's got beyond, I think, if we're talking about English, maybe true of other languages where people are still fighting to either keep them alive, say, for example, or to give them a breath of life because they feel, they're being swamped or being, prevented from functioning. I would say, for example, my first language, Swahili, people who speak it, particularly in the heartland, as it were, are very nationalistic about it and constantly are trying to think of ways of promoting it and keeping it alive and so on, in the way that Britain does not really bother to do with English because it's not necessary to do that. But the important thing, particularly when it comes to literature, I think, rather than using language for instrumental purposes, it makes sense for instrumental purposes. Everybody speaks more or less. You can operate with English. But when it comes to literature, then I don't think it matters too much. Because in a way, I can read translations and, that's fine, Russian, French or whatever. It doesn't bother me. I don't think to myself, I'm reading a Russian or French translation. So I don't think with literature it matters so much. It's really up to the writer what language, works for him or her. What is the language he or she feels closest to. And this can be a complicated thing. It's not just a matter of experience. It's not just a matter of what you've lived through. It's a matter of something much more intimate than that. It's like which instrument you play if you're a musician. It's not a matter of this is my born language as well, my first language, I must write in that. You may be no good as a writer if you write in that. But you might be lucky enough to have a particular kind of ear for another language in which you might be able to write beautifully.
Which you found out that you had for English.
That's very kind of you, thank you.
Well, I think a lot of other people have acknowledged that as well. Professor Pataputin, are you worried about your dream orchestra in the lab? What Professor Chu was talking about here, the rhetoric around migration in the US,
the policies that are being put in place. I mean, I live in the UK right now. The British government has found out that Brexit didn't work in the sense that it actually seems to have increased migration into the country. So they're trying to sort of limit numbers. Are you worried for science?
It is certainly something of concern, both from I think, a policy general level to individual levels. There are people in my lab, including from China, who are worried to go back because they have to reapply to be able to get in, and there's no guarantee, and they don't know how long it will take. And so some haven't gone home for years and worried about this process. Again, that's from the individual level. From a more general level, and Stephen mentioned this, is immigrants have impacted so many areas, but science especially. I think there was a statistics that for Americans who've received the Nobel Prize in chemistry, physics, and medicine, 35% are immigrants.
38, I think I saw, yeah.
And I think just this last year, 6 out of 8 who were American were immigrants. So those are very interesting numbers, and one can get into why or what is it about it. But the reality of it is that that's a major impact, and we need to make that more visible instead of allowing this negative painting of immigrants coming, taking our jobs, and images like that seem to dominate the immigration concept.
Professor Chu, as somebody who's been in the world of politics as well, do you see any way of bridging this gap, the gap between the needs of the Dream Orchestra in the lab and getting talent in there to play and to solve the big problems we have, and the increasingly dehumanizing rhetoric of politics? I mean, it was said earlier this morning that we're not going to win a culture war, but do we have to, or?
Well, I think one can only try to remind people of what has worked in the past, what is history. You know, there's an old saying, those who don't understand history are doomed to repeat the mistakes. I'm reminded of a favorite cartoon. Again, it's a Gay and Wilson cartoon. There's a fortune teller, not quite.
That's the theme.
Telling a very anxious-looking woman, and the fortune teller is saying, "You will make the same mistakes, not just once, but again and again and again." And so humans have making the same mistakes again and again and again. We've seen this, you know, when economy turns bad, a backlash against immigrants, people not like you, and trying to retreat. But history is that when you have this great mixing pot, it is truly wonderful. And how to remind people of that this is going to be a lost opportunity, not just in science or in technology, but if you think in America, it's not that they're taking the jobs away. If you think of in the Fortune 100 companies in the United States, Elon Musk is from South Africa, Jeff Bezos, I think, from Caribbean somewhere. You just go down the list, Alexander Graham Bell, Scottish. You just go down the list of all the people who were the captains of new industries, who started new industries and new jobs. The immigrants played an important role, maybe a decisive role, just like in science. So how could we forget this and just say, no, we have to be. Business as usual was in the United States, this creativity, this joint creativity. And it is something again, I'll repeat it, it's the biggest form of diplomacy we had, even the deepest, darkest periods of the Cold War with the Soviet Union. The backdoor channel among scientists prevented Cuban Missile Crisis from really exploding, things like that said, no. There were people on both sides that trusted each other.
Yeah.
And with that trust, you can build something.
You can build something, and we shall. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you for listening. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
And now, some music from Colombia with Diva Cruz.
Thank you. Hola a todos. Hi everyone. My name is Diva and I am from Colombia. And you just saw me dancing cumbia. And cumbia is a dance that came from Africa to Colombia through the slave trade. And these small steps when dancing cumbia represents the shackles and the chains that my ancestors and ancestras were forced to have on their feet. If they were allowed to rest, and if the slave owners were not around, they danced and sang. And that was when cumbia was born in Colombia. When you study music from Colombia, from El Pacífico, from El Caribe, from Los Andes, from El Amazonas, you can see that there are some connections with these steps in other rhythms and other music from my country. And that made me think that the music are connected, and that made me think that we are also connected. And today I want to perform a song that is called Kilele. And Kilele is an African word that means struggle, it means freedom. And for me, this song represents light and hope. We live in a very difficult times now, and we need to bring light to this world. We have to remember that. And we have to remember that we are all connected. And I want you to be part of this song when I play the marimba. And I want you to sing Kilele with me. I need to hear more the drums. Thank you. And I want to tell you when you're going to be part of the song. And then you're going to sing Kilele. Okay? You see that I built the rhythm? I need to hear more, please. Can I have more volume? The rhythm. And now it's time for you to shine and sing Kilele, okay? Kilele, 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 Kilele. Kilele, Kilele,
Ike, Kilele, Kilele, Kilele.
That's just what's needed after lunch, right? We make some sharp transitions in this dialogue. So now we're going to turn to the economics and governance of migration in the next section. First, we're going to think about the economics of migration with Professor Christian Dustman from University College London, who was also the founding director of the Centre for Research and Analysis on Migration. Now, he's going to give a talk, and then he's going to be in conversation with 3 students. They are Rahul Agarwal from Chalmers University, Albert Wahlgren from Gothenburg University, and Tamila Shwareda from the International Youth Think Tank. So first, Christian's going to give his talk, and then he's going to get into conversation with the 3 students. Please welcome them. If you'd like to take your seats. Christian, over to you.
Okay, so thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to talk about the economics of migration in 10 minutes. That's, of course, a huge challenge. In fact, when I started about 3 decades ago to concern myself with migration, I was thinking about writing a PhD thesis on migration. Every senior economist I was talking to told me that this would kill my career. Migration was not something which was discussed much in economic circles. And the reason was that migration wasn't something very salient in Europe. The migration countries we had in our mind when we were talking about migration were the classical countries like the US, Canada, and Australia. Countries like Italy, Portugal, Spain were emigration countries in the 60s, 70s, and early 80s, and not immigration countries. Well, that has completely changed, as you can see on this graph, where I just randomly kind of illustrated migration, the share of foreign-born people in various countries. In each of these countries, it is higher than 10%. In Switzerland, close to 30%, like in Australia, in Singapore, even 35%. And remarkably, it has increased over the last 2 decades in each single one of these countries. Therefore, economists have now changed their mind, and there is a huge migration agenda in economics. Now, to explain that very briefly, what we are doing as economists on migration, I think it is useful to categorize that into 3 categories. So one category is actually looking at the migrant, him or herself, trying to understand what is creating a migration decision, why people migrate, whether they re-migrate after some time, how they invest in their skills in the country of destination, whether they send home remittances, etc. So concerned with the migrant, him or herself. The second large block of research is concerned with those who don't migrate, but who are affected by migration. And those are people in the country of destination as well as in the country of origin. The families who are left behind, the countries, industries who may actually benefit from remittances or from the skills returning migrants bring into those countries. And of course the countries of destination where there is a lot of concern about what migration is doing to wages, what it is doing to employment, what it's doing to innovation, and many other aspects. And the third one is the interplay between immigrants and natives, the political economy of migration, how migration affects, for instance, voting behavior, etc. Now, in the little time I have here, I would like to talk about the second block. And I would like to choose one particular question, and that question is, in the public debate of migration, very salient. How does immigration affect the welfare of residents in the receiving country? Now, I am a labor economist, and labor economists usually think about immigration into a particular country as what we call a labor supply shock. That allows us to use all the instruments we have already ready in terms of theory to think about empirical applications, which we then investigate using large data sets. Now, assessing the economic effects of immigration is very challenging. It seems always a very easy question. Politicians ask you, well, why don't you tell us what is the impact of migration on wages? But it is very challenging. And the reason it is challenging is we are interested in not correlations, but we are interested in causal effects. And causal effects require, well, we observe wages, for instance, of residents before migration and after migration. But we would like to compare that with how wages would have developed had migration not happened. And that is something we don't observe. We call that a missing counterfactual. And to construct that missing counterfactual describes the entire literature in that area. And a good paper, a good contribution, is a contribution which is doing that under plausible assumptions, and a bad paper which is doing that under implausible assumptions. And there is a large literature actually doing that. Well, I don't have much time to kind of dive into that. Actually, I don't have any time to dive into that, and maybe we can talk about it a little bit later in the discussion. But suppose we knew everything about the economic impact of migration. Suppose we knew that. Would that have any impact on how people think about immigration policies? Would that affect immigration policies? That's what economists like to think. So if we only make sure we understand how immigration affects the economy, well, then we can explain that to people. And we can explain to people how actually immigration policies should be constructed. So the effect of immigration on the economy may affect immigration policy, but it certainly does so through individuals' perception of how immigration affects the economy. Now, about 20 years ago or 18 years ago, I started to work on that, first with a colleague, Ian Preston, and then later on with David Card, who received the Nobel Prize 2 years ago for his work in labor economics. And we actually didn't quite believe this very simple story. So we thought that actually it may be non-economic considerations that also affect the way individuals think about immigration. And the question we asked ourselves is, how important are these non-economic considerations? Now, the hypothesis, therefore, was to kind of compare economic and non-economic considerations. And in order to do that, we kind of piggybacked on a European survey, European social survey, which was in about 24 countries at the time, and constructed a module of about 60 questions. And these questions were designed to allow us to extract economic concerns, socio-cultural concerns, and trying to relate them to how individuals think about immigration policies. Now, let me just give you some results of that. Well, first of all, one thing which is now basically established in many surveys is that populations in receiving countries have very different views about immigration according to their age structure, but also according to their education. So what you have on this graph here, on the vertical line, is the view of highly educated young individuals about migration, and on the horizontal line of low-educated, young, high-educated older people and low-educated older people. So if you look at the line which is going through that particular graph, that represents high-educated young individuals, and every point below that is one of the other 3 demographic groups in one of the 24 countries. So if a point is below that line, that particular group has a more hostile attitude towards immigration and a more restrictive view about how immigration policy should be. And what you can see is basically that all these points are below that particular line, and in particular the blue points, which represent older and low-educated individuals, are all lined up far below that particular line. I come back to that in a second. That, of course, is compatible with the view that it is low-educated individuals who are more in competition with immigrants, who have at the same time very critical views about, or very restrictive views about how immigration policies should be generated. Now, when we then did this study and isolated with statistical methods these two factors, social-cultural concerns and economic concerns, and related them to how individuals think about immigration policy. Should immigration policies be more restrictive or less restrictive? I just summarize that for you in this particular graph here. The red bar is socio-cultural concerns and the blue bar is economic concerns. And what you can see is that socio-cultural concerns are far more important in shaping attitudes of individuals to immigration policies than economic concerns. And that, of course, is important to understand in a climate where populist parties today thrive on actually only one particular issue, and that is immigration. Now, coming back to the different groups in our sample, low-educated and high-educated individuals, what you can see in this graph is that high-educated individuals are about 13 percentage points more friendly towards how restrictive immigration policy should be compared to low-educated individuals. But this is not due to the economic factor. This is mainly due to the social-cultural factor. Now, what we concluded from that work is that, yes, economic concerns and the perception of economic concerns are important. Therefore, the way we think about, bringing the knowledge we kind of extracted from all the studies we have done to the population is important. But non-economic considerations affect individuals' attitudes towards immigration policy in a much more important way. Okay, so we are now basically having the rest of this session as a question and answer session, and Albert, Tamila, and Rahul will ask questions and maybe discuss among themselves what they think about immigration. Albert is an economics student, Tamila, political science student, and Rahul, an environmental economics, environmental studies student. Okay, please, Albert, maybe we start with you.
Yes, of course. I was wondering a bit about you saying that it could be more due to cultural differences or aspects rather than economics. And I was wondering if that could be linked in the way we communicate the current economic research about the effectiveness of immigration in the long run. Could we sort of reassess how we sort of reach out to people, to the public and the politicians, so that they actually know about the sort of effectiveness of migration? Maybe that's an impossible question to answer, perhaps?
Well, no question is impossible to answer. The question is whether the answer is satisfactory. So clearly there is, in my view, a lot of misinformation also about the economic effects of immigration. And there is a lot of mix-up between different groups of immigrants. So immigration is a highly heterogeneous phenomenon in terms of education level, in terms of where immigrants are coming from, how easily they are integrated into society, etc., etc. So to give a really comprehensive picture of that is very difficult. But then I think what makes immigration very problematic from a political viewpoint is that it creates some instinctive fears, some concerns, like, for instance, those fears which are relentlessly exploited by particular political movements. And that, for instance, is the security of borders. Is something which all populist parties kind of push. The way, of course, the way to make immigrants faceless and then to attribute particular characteristics to them is another way how that is transported into the public. And that is certainly very, very problematic. So it's not just, and I think that's why I chose this particular paper here, the non-economic, the social cultural concerns are very important when it comes to form attitudes towards immigration policy. And these social cultural concerns are very difficult to capture. They are sometimes not rational. They can be exploited, they can be mended into particular directions. Tamila.
Thank you. Thank you, first of all, for such an informative presentation. It actually made me think about highly skilled workers and the discrimination happening in the field, especially among the migrants. And it also made me think about a friend of mine, a Ukrainian friend of mine, who has just recently moved to London, where you teach, and it's been a year almost, and she still cannot find a job, even though in Ukraine, she would occupy senior positions, and she has a lot of expertise and experience in the field. She's only been offered low-paid internships in London, in the UK in general, or in Europe, you may say. And the argument she was presented with was that her experience is not enough in Europe, and it would not be recognized since Ukraine is, so to say, a third world country. So what do you think, what is your opinion on that? And do you think there are any specific ways to tackle this problem?
Well, I think you are touching on a very important issue. Now, skills, of course, are not perfectly transferable. So you could have a surgeon who doesn't speak the language and he will not be employed in any British hospital. And you can think about many other skills which allow your qualifications to be more adaptable to the country of destination. And that's something which we need to push when we discuss this morning integration policies, and that is dramatically important. But then also the way we think about some of our European economies, in particular the economy of the country where I come from, Germany, is very regulated. So everything in terms of degree is very important for whether you get a particular job. And I think we need to move away a little bit from that. We need to allow people to develop on the job. We need to give them opportunities and possibilities to show how they actually can perform in particular positions. And I think your friend is a perfect example for that. So I think that's one of the challenges, but that's also one of the solutions to create a better integration into society. And the way to be integrated into the society is actually, in my view, the labor market. The labor market is the best integrator, and we have to work on that. Rahul.
I think in my view, first, the starting point is we have to accept migration is a reality. It is not something you can control. Sometimes you have to migrate to other country, and sometimes people migrate to your country for a reason that is out of your control. But for economics, you have to think people as a resource. If you treat them as a resource, they will act like a resource. If you treat them as a liability, they will act like a liability. They will invest their resources or energy to defend something. Instead, they can work on and they can contribute to society. The way you act, people act accordingly. And it is something you have to realize how you want to treat the migrant, whether you want to treat as a resource or you want to treat as a liability. And accordingly, they will react.
I mean, yeah. Well, you see, many people agree on that, and I would put myself in an awkward position if I wouldn't agree. And I certainly very much agree with that. So, and that's kind of a welcome culture. Yeah, and again, a welcome culture is very important for our opportunities, the opportunities we can actually harvest from immigration to do something about the skill gaps we have, to kind of push our economies, in particular in times of tight labor markets, which all European countries, most European countries are affected by now. And we need to think about how to do that better and how to improve that. Much can be done by politicians, for instance, by giving opportunity to bring your family, to give opportunity to your children. We heard this morning that the number is very important for immigrants. And of course, there are certain restrictions which are important from a political point of view. But I think a lot needs to be done and can be done in receiving countries to be more welcoming to immigrants in our societies, absolutely. But maybe Albert and Tamila have kind of views on that particular issue as well. Albert, what do you think, what Rahul pointed out here? You think that's an important aspect of...
to be welcoming?
Yes.
Yeah, of course. I think like Sweden has been quite, taking Sweden for example, has been quite welcoming. And now, unfortunately, we are seeing sort of a trend that the society is sort of ill-will towards immigrants. And it's an unfortunate trend that we sort of see worldwide, I think, as well, right? Mm-hmm.
I think a very important aspect that we need to all to be aware of is that people tend to get very tired of being welcoming and being friendly and being understanding and being empathetic. And I think we should think also more about how we can tackle that, how we can integrate that into people's thinking, that being welcoming is not a short-term solution. So if you commit to that, you need to do the long-term as well. Because it's very easy to get tired. It's very easy to get tired of the war in Ukraine. It's very easy to get tired of the migrants from Somalia. And you know what I mean, right? It's very easy to do that, but it's way harder to be consistent and to do the long-term as well. So I think that is also a very important aspect to talk about.
I have one thing, because last week I was talking to a person who was removing the snow, and people have a very long memory. And I asked, what do you think about migration? That person told me, I'm thinking about stopping the boats. But it is not about UK, it is like stopping the boats 200 years ago, when people came to his or her country. So always remember, people have a very long history, and if they are migrating now, sometimes you may need to migrate to their country, and they remember. So it is like you don't want to create a historical baggage which you cannot defend in future.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point, and I think Tamila's point and Albert's point are very important. So one thing I kind of learned in all these years I have been working on this subject is that it is sometimes very easy to wave away concerns of large parts of the population about migration. And to kind of stamp people who have these concerns as, well, something negative. I think that's the wrong way to do it, because these people in the end vote. And I think it is just very important to take all those concerns on board and to deal with those concerns and to convince people that maybe certain types of migration are important and that maybe these people who come to us as refugees are coming from very difficult circumstances and deserve our sympathy and our support. So I think the political challenge is always this very fine line between, the economic necessities which require immigration on the one hand, but on the other hand, the concern of large parts of the population, the fears of large parts of the population that too much migration is maybe taking something away from them. And politicians need to walk that path in a very careful way, but I think both sides have to be taken equally serious and equally are equally to be considered, and then we come hopefully up with a package which doesn't create radicalization in our political spectrum, and at the same time is also very welcoming towards immigrants into our societies. I think we are running out of time, so thanks a lot to all of you for asking questions and thinking about migration issues. That was absolutely fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Oh, no, thank you, Christian. It was, that was a lovely, lovely discussion. And we'll have another in that format on governance in just a couple of minutes. But a few years ago, together with National Geographic Society, we commissioned some short films on themes related to the Nobel Peace Prize. And we just wanted to play a short trailer for one of those, which portrays the work of Kamal Hussein, whose work is supported by the UNHCR. The films are all available at full length on nobelprize.org or the National Geographic website. But here's a trailer.
আমার নাম কামাল হোসেন আজ রক্ষা করে বাংলাদেশ আগে সাংলাগ মতো তাই আর বর্মতন আইবের সময় যখন বেশা বেশি মানুষ একজনের জন ফ্যামিলি তো হারাই ফেলাই মার্কিং করিয়ে জোহার করে দিবে লাই তোমার কিনা
দোকান আর গামা দোকান আর জায়গা আছে মানে দাজ্জার মানে ফুটবল
মুয়াইয়ের যতদিন পর্যন্ত ইয়ান একান প্রয়োজনীয় মনে করছি ততদিন পর্যন্ত আয়তি ইয়ান জিনিস ইয়ান ঘরে থাকি
So on to our next discussion on the governance of migration. Our speaker is Catherine Costello, Professor of Global Refugee and Migration Law at University College Dublin. She'll be joined by students from the same three institutions, Karin Borsch from Gothenburg University, Alonso Martinez from Chalmers, and Sylvia Papic from the International Youth Think Tank. Please welcome them.
As a legal scholar, it feels quite daunting to come at the end of a day or towards the end of a day like this, having heard from Nobel Prize-winning scientists, heard from musicians, and really had this very broad introduction to the question about migration. I'm going to speak about how migration is governed. And I'm going to make an argument that how we govern migration is part of the problem. And so that we need to address the laws and the institutions that currently shape who gets to move, mobility, who gets to work, migrate, and who gets international protection, refugees and others. In doing this, I'm trying to, in 10 minutes, showcase a whole body of scholarship that's really introduced my thinking to the topic. And answer, I think, 5 very big questions, or at least to open up these topics for discussion. So the first question is, who is governed when we talk about migration being governance? Today we've at times talked about this question as if there is a them and an us, the migrants and the refugees, and those of us who are not migrants and refugees. Of course, most of us have some migration or refugee history in the background. Sometimes it's our direct personal history. But I wanted us to pause for a second and think about the prior question. Who is subject to migration controls? And that is inherently a question about what nationality you have. And if you reflect for a moment on how you got that nationality, it is for all of us, for most of us, an accident of birth, of place or parentage. This ultimate arbitrary point. And in a wonderful book called The Birthright Lottery, Eilat Shahar, a political theorist and legal theorist I greatly admire, has problematized that the impact of our system of distributing nationality on global inequality. When we look across the passports that we have, each of them has a very different value from the point of view of mobility. If you have a good passport like mine, an EU passport, then you can travel not only all around the EU relatively freely, but you'll get visa-free travel to many other countries in the world. Mobility comes with an already privileged passport. But for others, those mobility opportunities does not exist. We now have a passport index where we can see certain passports getting stronger or weaker. The Afghan passport has been way down at the bottom for as long as I can remember. But the patterns shift, and I think understanding those shifting patterns is really important. And a scholar who's done some really important work on that is Stefan Mau, who in a book, in German it's called Die Sortiermaschine, has traced some of these differences. And on this very simple graph, you can see that there are winners and losers over time. Some people, some nationalities have been losing mobility opportunities while others have gained them. And for some of you in the audience, this may be a really palpable experience. You know, when I speak to Moroccan students, for example, somebody once said to me, just very poignantly, you know, my father was able to go interrailing across Europe, something which for him, with his bad passport, seemed just a very unlikely prospect. So we know the world of migration and mobility are governed very unequally. And I think one important question to ask is this inequality unfair? Is it unjust? And is it the sort of discrimination we should be condemning as being basically racial discrimination? Now, when lawyers talk about race discrimination, they don't just mean the intentional use of race as a category, as an overt category that is prohibited, but we also are concerned about indirect discrimination, where categories mask, apparently neutral categories, mask treating people differently on grounds of race. And there's one scholar, more than any other, I think, who's opened up that question for discussion. So if you were my students, you would be reading a lot of the work of Tendaye Achiume, who's made some great contributions to this particular question, looking at inequalities between refugees and also in migration governance more generally. So we have a system where the amount of mobility and migration opportunities that people have varies greatly according to their nationality and also indirectly according to their race. This seems like, you know, something that we should all be concerned about from the point of view of global justice and equality. The second question that I'm going to ask is not just who is governed, but where does migration governance take place? Because for the most part, we think about a border as a site of migration governance. But of course, what we know is that migration governance has been both exported and imported. And both trends mean that we have a shifting border. So much so that I think it's important to reflect on the fact that migration controls are almost everywhere. In a work of political philosophy, Chandran Kukatas has actually critiqued the justice of migration controls for their impact on liberties within states, within liberal democratic states. He once gave a lecture in Oxford at my invitation And I didn't set it up, but at the end of the lecture, an administrator came and asked him to show his passport, because you have to show your passport all the time in the UK to show that you have a right to work. We always checked the immigration status of our students and so on. So this drawing in of borders is a feature of contemporary migration controls. And we also know that migration controls are externalized. They're externalized because the how of migration control, the main technique of migration control is the instrument called the visa. And when you apply for a visa, you do that usually from your home country. And it's either a private company or a consulate decides on if you're entitled to a visa. We don't know that much actually about how visa processing works, but anybody who routinely has to apply for visas, and that'll be a portion of you in the room, knows that it can be highly arbitrary. And anthropologists who actually sit in the room with Schengen visa officers deciding cases just have revealed fantastic patterns of prejudicial decision-making. But the other aspect of migration governance that we might want to bear in mind are carrier sanctions, because it's only because of carrier sanctions that people who don't have their papers in order can't board regular ferries and planes when they're on the move. And carrier sanctions are relatively understudied. So when I was searching for a book on them, I found the only one I know, which is a doctoral study done in the Netherlands. So there's a lot more work to do there. But it's this apparatus of visas plus carrier sanctions which has a huge set of implications for people seeking protection, particularly in the global north. It means that would-be protection seekers have vastly divergent experiences. If you don't need a visa and you can cross borders with relative ease, then you'll meet Frontex with the teddy bears out, like they were for the Ukrainian arrivals. And I'm not minimizing the difficulty or trauma or fleeing the conflict in Ukraine. But they met a system and then a system of temporary protection, partly because Ukrainians were entitled to visa-free travel to enter the EU since 2017. And at the other Polish border, in that instance with Belarus, you still have a militarized border where in this photograph you see would-be refugees being rounded up. So this differentiated border becomes privatized through carrier sanctions, and then we illegalize a lot of the resultant travel. And it's in particular refugees, broadly speaking, people seeking protection, who are at the sharp end of those practices. What it means is people die making dangerous journeys in an era when travel is safe. That's simply a matter of the carrier sanctions policies that we put in place. There is a pushback, there is a global move to try to open up safe travel routes for refugees in particular, but I don't think we're doing enough in this area. Legally, I think what we've also done is over-criminalize the assistance to border crossers, but there's some interesting moves to push back against that. So when we talk about smugglers, especially in the public discourse, we're invited to imagine these dangerous criminals putting people's lives at risk, which is one form of smuggling. But our criminal definitions actually criminalize any kind of assistance to people crossing borders irregularly. And there are currently some successful, some pending court challenges in judicial bodies, the Court of Justice of the European Union, the ECOWAS Court in Africa, successful cases in Canada and France. The individual giving the victory sign is Cédric Caroux, a French farmer who won his case in the Conseil d'État about how prohibiting his actions, helping people enter France seeking protection, was a violation of his constitutional rights. So I think the message that I wanted to convey is that when we look at how migration is governed, it's governed very unequally across the world. There is a differentiation, obviously, between migrants and refugees. But even before we get into that discussion, and I'm happy and hoping to discuss that with the students, I think what's really crucial is to bear in mind that your migration opportunities, your mobility opportunities in the world, depend in the first instance on the accident of birth of your passport. Thank you very much.
I was wondering, thank you for such a good speech. I was wondering, after the war in Ukraine, we saw that there was a difference in how Europe treated the refugees that came from Ukraine compared to other humanitarian crises in the world. Why do you think this is? Is this because of like racism, or is it because of Europe being bordering state to actual war zone?
I think it's a really good question, and it's a question that we should have an answer for, because there's such radically different treatment to different groups of protection seekers that I think, you know, it looks like one group is being privileged over another. So I think part of the reason is accident. So in 2017, when the EU decided to grant visa-free access to the European territory to Ukrainians, they didn't anticipate the 2022 full-scale invasion of the country. So there's that element. I think the other factor that really makes a difference is that Europe or EU states are the first countries of asylum. So people are fleeing directly into Poland. So that's a legitimate reason for differentiating. And the scale of arrivals then. I think what was truly unpredictable and unpredicted was that the EU triggered the EU Temporary Protection Directive. So this is a measure that had been on the EU statute books since 2001, and everybody had said that it was totally unrealistic. It offered protection seekers too many rights. In 2015, there was no serious discussion of triggering it, but there was a sufficient political consensus. And there, I think you have to look at the geopolitics. So the global refugee regime, although it's legalized and full of principles, is also full of politics. And it's often the case that states and regions welcome refugees that are fleeing their enemies, or if not their overt enemies, where they want to show solidarity with those fleeing. Now, what I would say is that it should really make us pause and think again about how we treat other asylum seekers and refugees, because other asylum seekers and refugees not only have to risk their lives traveling, they're also immobilized once they get into the EU. And the de facto situation for Ukrainians is that they've been able to travel and pick their country of refuge. And I think that's also a much better system. So I think we can learn from what's happening, and then hopefully, I haven't seen this in the EU political discourse, but hopefully then try to see how refugee situations can be managed through mobility rather than trying to immobilize and contain refugees.
When discussing migration policy, it has become clear that restricted migration policy is a clear trend, not only in Sweden, but in Europe as a whole. So what do you believe are the future prospects of governance and policies connected to migration? And what upcoming trend do you think will shape the future?
So I think the question is a really good one. The premise, I'm not sure about. So have migration policies really gotten more restrictive? I think rhetoric about migration has definitely gotten more restrictive and anti-migration in a lot of countries. What we often see in reality is that the policies don't change that much. And so I think the scholars who have studied this more systematically, Hinde Haas is coming to mind, who has a great new book out called How Migration Really Works, would have asserted always that policies aren't really getting more restrictive. But I think what they are doing is getting more differentiated or more selective. So one trend that's clear in the last 20 years is containment practices towards refugees. So, you know, refugees drowning in the Mediterranean wasn't happening en masse 20 years ago because we didn't have carrier sanctions. But even in the countries that talk tough about migration, they often have very high levels of labor migration, or they still have family migration pathways that, you know, where they are still admitting quite a lot of people. Because often migration is driven by demand, employer demand. And even conservative or right-wing governments want to meet employer demand in some way. But the rhetoric is tougher. So, and that shapes how people treat each other. So it has other consequences, even if it's not being followed through in real policies.
Thank you for the lecture. And I wanted to ask, when we talk about migration, it tends to be a very broad concept that encompasses a lot of definitions. But when you see where does the migration happens is in urban agglomerations, like in cities. That's where it happens. That's when you see the interactions of society. So in that regard, you were mentioning discrimination. Do you think is there a direct relationship in cities or localities and discrimination? As is this planning of the city, of the places where we live in, voluntarily contribute to these discrimination topics you were mentioning?
That's such a good question that I'm not at all qualified to answer, but that won't stop me. So when lawyers talk about discrimination, they're talking about certain forms of wrongdoing, usually by employers or by the state, and how they make certain goods or opportunities available. And so, but we know there's a spatial dimension to that, so that residential segregation, for example, can mean that people have more problems accessing certain types of services. So actually understanding that better is a really important task, I think, for urban planners like you and for legal scholars like me, maybe working together a bit better to think about the spatial dimensions. I mean, the ideal of the city is exactly this kind of idea, where we're all intermingled from all over the world. I mean, that's the ancient idea of the metropolis, that it's where people come together, a right to the city. But, as somebody who grew up in a small town in the countryside, that's also a place of diversity, but maybe in different ways. But I think these spatial questions and how they interact with discrimination are really important ones.
Oh, okay, I can say another question then. Considering the hostile discussion against refugees and also different kind of migrants, what can we do that's actually a policy to strengthen the rights of refugees that's trying to come to, for example, Europe today, that can also gain some political goodwill?
Yeah. So after 2015, my hope was that it would be the sort of crisis that led everybody to say never again and change their thinking. And the never again part that I sort of naively imagined or hoped for was that we wouldn't keep refugees in this situation where they had to travel illegally to seek protection. Because that seems to me one of those policies that's inhumane and also lose-lose. So it means that for asylum seekers who come to Europe, if they've had to come irregularly, they have to, sell their belongings, risk their lives, split apart families, split apart communities, often end up indebted. And debt is the single biggest exploitation risk when people are on the move. So it seems to be really bad for protection seekers, but also host communities, because people arrive completely depleted, and then they claim asylum, and then asylum procedures take too long. So I really felt, we would really rethink the foundations. And sadly, I think the lesson, certainly in some European countries, was yes, that was a crisis, never again, but the never again was we're going to keep containing refugees elsewhere, even though we know these containment practices can backfire. So I still think this question about access and understanding how visas plus carrier sanctions force people into dangerous routes is the nub of the problem. Because once people come to Europe to claim asylum, if the procedures work, that's a big if, and they don't always, there are rights for refugees in Europe that are real. It's just that they're very difficult to access. And I think, still making that one of the central political messages, I think, is really, really worthwhile.
We don't have that much time left, but since I'm representing the International Youth Think Tank and I also met many students here today, I would like to direct my question to the students in the room and everyone watching. What is your advice for students that are passionate about this field and that want to work within this field? Because often when we speak about migration, it's pretty highly influenced by legislation. And maybe not all students here are maybe focusing on law. And what would your advices be for us?
I don't think career advice can ever be in the abstract, because I think, I mean, from our previous panel about, with Nobel Prize winners talking about their life driven by curiosity, you know, I think if you find something that you're passionate about to study and that can become your job, that's, you know, that's a golden opportunity. But for years I taught in an interdisciplinary center where students studied refugee studies. That had happened through lenses of political science, anthropology, law, and sociology. And it was always interesting, this faith people had that if they studied law, they would have a stronger advocacy tool for migrants and refugees. And I think that can be true. Legal mobilization can be really powerful. But in some ways, legal mobilization is, you know, is only necessary if politics isn't working. So I would say, you know, if you want to do the right thing for refugees and migrants, that's really the obligation that everybody has as a citizen. And so I would say just, you know, think about it in those ways. You know, I'm also loath to tell anybody to become a lawyer, so. But, you know, good lawyers can do good work, so. Good question. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Great. We have 1 minute for a really quick one, or should we?
So in terms of policies or regulations, do you think there is an immediate challenge that has to be addressed with major priority in order to achieve a better regulated migration processes?
No, not a single problem. I think there are lots of small problems. I think we could do with a fundamental rethink, but if we're not going to have a fundamental rethink, I think we should reflect about the maldistribution of mobility opportunities in the world and really start to think about how you would accord people mobility opportunities more equally. Right. Thank you for the great questions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, that was lovely. Our last sit-down discussion today will return to a theme that was raised at the very beginning of the day, climate and migration. For that, we're going to bring together Kira Winke, who is head of the Center for Climate and Foreign Relations at the German Council on Foreign Relations, Stephen Chu, who you've already met, and as moderator, Owen Gaffney, Chief Impact Officer at Nobel Prize Outreach. To start things off, Kira Winke is going to give a short talk on that theme of climate and migration.
The future of migration will heavily depend on whether we are able to limit climate change and at which degree of global warming we will halt this development. My talk today will be about the complex relationship between climate change and migration. Climate change can affect the drivers of migration in various ways. For example, we have heard today from many people who have lived their lives on the move and who have shared their stories of why they migrated. Rarely, it is only one reason that causes people to move, that motivates people to move. Rather, there are different drivers of migration, political, social, environmental, demographic drivers, and all of these drivers can be influenced by climate change. Moreover, the migration decision is one that is done by an individual or a household and that can be constrained, for example, by financial assets or by gender, by the roles that people inhabit in their households. Even in the face of great danger, some people may choose to stay rather than move. So it is clear that there is a great diversity of movements occurring in the context of climate change, and that there is a spectrum between voluntary and forced movements, early planned movements, and reactive movements. And also outcomes of these movements can vary greatly, from adaptive migration to really maladaptive migration poverty spirals that occur and that trap people in poverty for years to come. I have done field research in Burkina Faso, in the Central Pacific, on the Marshall Islands, and also in the south of Asia, in Bangladesh and India. And of course, the migrations that are happening across these different locations is very diverse. However, I have seen in many places that the governance structures and the social security systems don't really enable people to use migration as an effective adaptation strategy. Rather, they are often entrapped in poverty after moving, maybe also because their skills don't match the labor markets of their destinations. You can see here a quote of one of the people I interviewed in the south of Bangladesh that has moved, a person that has moved from a tropical cyclones, from a rural area into urban poverty settlements. And this person says, we can only survive here. We were better in the village when we had our own land. Now we are like beggars. These movements are part of climate injustice, especially the forced movements, because the people who are on the move and the countries from which they are from have not really contributed to global carbon dioxide emissions and therefore had not contributed to global climate change. Yet, if they are forcibly moved, they are faced with the protection gap. Most people move internally. They are moving within their own countries after being affected by climate change. And there are the so-called guiding principles on internal displacement. However, these guiding principles are non-binding and often not sufficiently implemented. On the cross-border movements, the cornerstone of protection is the Geneva Refugee Convention. And this convention is not covering for people who are moving in the context of climate change. So there is this great protection gap. In this graph, you can see the population distribution in the climate crisis. In the year 2022, there were almost 32 million people, internal displacements because of weather-related phenomena. This is happening at only a little bit more than 1 degree of global mean temperature increase. Not all of these movements are attributable to climatic changes, but we know that the frequency and intensity of extreme events is increasing. The World Bank has done an assessment looking into the middle of the century, looking at internal movements, and in the context of climatic changes, in particular slow onset climatic changes. And here you can see that the number of people moving will greatly depend also on how ambitious our emissions reductions are and how far global warming will go until then. So you can see on the graph that in the middle of the century, if we limit global warming to well below 2 degrees, we'll have around 80 million people on the move because of climatic changes. And if we go into a more pessimistic scenario, this is the bubble above, it will be around 170 million people on the move in a business-as-usual scenario where we burn more and more fossil fuels. On the upper right-hand side of this graph, you can see not a migration number, but the number of people who will live outside of the human climate niche in case of a high emissions scenario. So right now, there are ideal climatic conditions where most of the economic activities are located and where most people live. It's around in a temperature corridor of around 13 degrees Celsius. And of course, if we increase the temperature globally, this human climate niche will shrink and more people will be located out of it. People already live outside of this human climate niche, but it will be difficult to accommodate so many people, 1 to 3 billion people outside of the human climate niche. And the question will become, will people, shares of this population, will they move or will they face very dire conditions? In the most extreme cases, uninhabitability of territories arise. For example, through the frequency of extreme events, you can imagine very frequent, intense tropical cyclones occurring, or because of physiological thresholds, heat thresholds, or because of security implications, or because of territorial loss, sea level rise. That this is a very pressing issue has been also reflected in the recent agreement between Tuvalu and Australia, Tuvalu being a small island nation threatened by sea level rise. And this agreement has allowed Tuvaluans to migrate in the future to Australia because of the changes in the climate. I've just returned from the international climate negotiations in Dubai, and there climate migration is also a topic in the context of losses and damages, a fund that is currently being negotiated. Migration can be a way to avoid further losses and damages. It can be an act of liberation from danger, from persecution maybe, but also from climate change. It may be a collective act of hope. How dull would our lives be without migration, and how strange it is that the green sea turtle may move from Hawaii to Brazil without constraint, and no one would think about constraining it, but that we cannot allow this freedom for our own species. Thank you.
Thank you, Kira. And welcome, Stephen. So, Kira, you mentioned at the end that you've just come back from Dubai and to the COP28 and the climate negotiations. How do you think politicians are perceiving the scale of the threat that you're showing here today, where we're not just potentially not talking about hundreds of millions, but billions of people being affected this century?
I mean, I have two answers to this. Of course, one way, migration will be one way to overcome the dangers of climate change. But of course, if we go into the higher warming scenarios, we see that more people will be on the move. So, because you mentioned this threat terminology, which I often encounter, and I think we need both perspectives. How do politicians engage with this topic? I think with some hesitancy. Because already there's a lot of criminalization of migration happening. There's a lot of scapegoating of migrants happening. And there's hesitancy to provide for new groups of people, for example, people who move in the context of climate change, liberty to move. Rather more, as we just heard in the last talk, we hear about more constraints on movements.
Okay, and I guess one big thing from the COP negotiations that's quite positive is this loss and damage. How is migration integrated into that?
It's not yet clear because the text is not fully agreed until the negotiations are formally closed. But there have been some, at least, placeholders in the text that allude to also migrants, refugees, whether they are moving in the context of climate change or whether they are moving for other reasons, that they should be considered in this loss and damage fund, because also refugees who move from for other reasons, they're very much affected by climate change, because a lot of the refugee camps are very prone to natural disasters. The settlements themselves are not very robust, so people are really suffering. And often also these people are marginalized, as we have kind of heard also today, by their own governments. So it's very important if the international community sets up such a funding instruments that actually people who are marginalized by their governments can also have access to these types of funding.
And Stephen, what are your reflections on Kira's talk and climate and migration and this issue?
I think one of the things that really struck me is one of the last things you said about how, for example, when the oceans warm up, there are more nutrients in colder water than warmer water, so the fish move. And what we see the fish moving, therefore the fishermen have to move. So in the United States, they have to move further north. The fish are allowed to move, the people are not allowed to move. And this is striking as we see both mosquitoes moving, and we see fish moving, and we see wildlife moving, and as a reaction to the changing world. And yet then people step in and say, no, you're not allowed to do this. And this is a real instability. And the other instability is the numbers you were showing. We're talking 20, 30 million, and how destabilizing 30 million immigrants were. So hundreds of millions, or several hundred millions of peoples, totally destabilizing, if not taken in the right way. And so far, we're not going in the right way.
Right, and then, and you mentioned, Kira, that we talk about the international dimension a lot, but there's also the internal migration within countries. And Stephen, the US has felt this, many times now. With, Hurricane Katrina was a big example of massive internal displacement within the US. Most of it may be temporary, of hundreds of thousands of people, but some of it then turning into a more permanent migration. But we're going to see more examples of this. Can you say a little bit about the US context and thinking?
Well, people have not really fully recovered from Katrina. I mean, years afterward, I went down when I was Secretary of Energy, and I found 3 or 4 years later, the poorest people have least resources. They're still displaced. Their homes are not rebuilt, and the question is, should they rebuild where they are? Because where they're rebuilding is a flood zone. It's an unstable, and they're rebuilding the same way. So there's no adaptation. And we saw this in Tropical Storm Sandy, similar thing, that people's beach houses or near the coast got blown away. There was a reluctance of politicians to say, no, these are now flood zones. You can't rebuild except in a better way with raised homes and everything. And there was no courage there. And so they were allowed to rebuild exactly the way they were before, waiting. So the next time it will happen, except it will become more frequent. And so we see this, intellectually what's happening, and yet you're making the same mistakes over and over and over again. There has to be a recognition that there are certain places with rising storms, rising sea levels that are becoming less habitable. They're becoming flood zones. And in the United States, the reaction is, oh, I guess we'll have to subsidize flood insurance, which is what we do.
Right, and Kira, you mentioned you've been working in the field in the Marshall Islands and Burkina Faso and Bangladesh. In the Marshall Islands, what's your sense of people's head state, like thinking about their future, given that depending on the scenarios we face, I mean it's they're going to have massive, quite radical adaptation. And we're seeing examples, as you mentioned, with Tuvalu and Australia, a new milestone really at the policy level to deal with this. But can you say a little bit about how people are talking about this and thinking about this?
Yes. So what I see in the Pacific is that many people want, of course, to stay. These islands are their home. Even internal migration is seen as quite a change of lives from the outer islands in the Marshall Islands to the more urbanized capitals. And that there is this hope that global warming will be limited to 1.5 degrees and that with some adaptation people may be able to stay. At the same time, and I think this was also the thinking that led to the decision between Tuvalu and Australia, there is this realization that the international community is not protecting these states because they're completely dependent on, for example, the G20 industrialized countries that are responsible for 80% of global emissions and therefore hold the responsibility to reduce these emissions for a limit of global warming that would allow people to continue living there and continue living their traditions, etc. So there is some discussion around this, and there is some hopelessness, I think, also. At the same time, there's this fight, the Pacific Climate Warriors, an activist group that fights for people to stay and to engage in pressure on international climate negotiations for more ambitious climate protection. But there's also the second tier of thought, what do we do if this doesn't work out? And this is why I think these agreements are quite important. On the Marshall Islands, there's the additional layer that the United States has a specific military relationship with the Marshall Islands because they tested their nuclear bombs on the Bikini Atoll. And therefore, there is this relationship where also migration is more liberalized between the Marshall Islands and the United States. But there has also been this history of displacement within the islands already.
Okay. And you also mentioned the human climate niche as which I think is a new idea that's in this discussion, this sort of in the climate discussion over the last couple of years. So we're able to sort of move beyond the economic discussions and talk more on the sort of the health impacts, the health likelihood of being able to stay in a country. And these are big, and this is important because it's the poorest in countries who won't be able to move, who won't be able to adapt to these. So have you sort of any reflections on that, on the sort of economic dynamics of moving from these regions?
Well, let me start by saying it's hard to try to formally parse out many of the instabilities. Most of the migrations of the past were, I would say, political migrations, autocratic governments coming in. I'm thinking of Germany, Italy. I'm thinking of when the communists took over in China, there were many intellectuals, including members of my family, my father's parents, mother's parents. They had to leave. They would be killed. Now, certainly, we're seeing something different. And it's not storms and rising sea levels. It's the combination of stress and the local agriculture. And once you have stresses and starting to be a breakdown of societal rules, in Central America, gangs take over, the police are no longer in charge, then you have all these instabilities. The stresses of climate change, especially in water, agriculture, use of that nature, becomes a stress on society, and then people get desperate. The idea that people willingly want to move, they don't want to move. We had a session about how wonderful it was for scientists to be able to go in different countries. That is all true. But the other flip side is we have international students. I have a few Chinese students. They can't, it was also pointed out, they can't go back to China, because if they go back to China, they may not be able to come back. And so their families are back there, and they're being cut off. The same way in the coldest of the Cold War period, Iron Curtains come down, and families are just split, and communication completely stops. So we have this new thing where, in addition to all the other political instabilities, there's something new on the block that is going to exacerbate all the other things. And this is something we haven't really come to grips with, how big a deal this is going to be.
Right, and Amy Pope, I mean, bringing this back to the point made at the start of the day, Amy said, we're not going to get to the Paris Agreement unless we deal with the migration challenge in some ways, and just even bringing in and training the skilled workforces to create a green economy is a huge challenge. So what's your reflection on that?
I mean, the energy transition will require a lot of labor also, and especially we have talked about demographic change in Europe. We need migration in order to be able to fill the jobs that we need for the support of our economy. So I think labor migration could also be one piece of the puzzle, also in the context of climate migration, so that people are able to obtain skills, maybe also before they move or once they arrive, so they can actually be able to integrate into the labor market.
One of the things that unite people there becomes a common cause and a common thread. And it's sad to say, but One could say that Hitler brought us out of the world depression. The arming for World War II was the incentive that actually brings us out of this terrible depression. Now we have something else going on where I could say, well, if the Martians came and attacked the world, I think we could put aside our differences, at least temporarily, and do something about it. And here it is. We have a changing climate. It's a real threat. We're beginning to see some of this stuff. And yet, we're not coming together and saying, this is a common foe that could mobilize everybody's economies. Exactly what you said. And there's so much that can be done, that needs to be done, and yet we're squabbling amongst ourselves. And then we're making the climate change part of the squabble. It's crazy.
So as a final question then, given the politicians are still in Dubai, if you could say one piece of policy advice to them right now for this long-term thinking on migration, what would it be?
I think there's this long-term thing. There's a common threat that we all face that's very real. And rather than pointing fingers and saying, we can come down, we can solve this. But it's going to take a lot of time and it's going to take everybody's effort. But it needs everybody, really needs everybody. And not you take care of it, this is not my problem.
Kira.
Yeah. It would be to phase out coal, oil, and gas, because if we go into the higher warming levels, then we will see much more disorderly, chaotic displacement. And if we are able to limit global warming to well below 2 degrees, then we are able to use migration as an adaptation strategy to the changes that we will confront.
So, Kira Vinke, Stephen Chu, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Please, do you want to step in front here, in front of these boxes? So come forward, Steve. Thank you. Abdulrazak. So the timekeeper has failed. We are over time. I know everybody, it's time to go home. But just before we go, we thought we might, rather unfairly, ask our 3 laureates if they just had one reflection on the day. How do you sum up such a day, in one reflection? But do you want to try? Abdulrazak, do you want to try going first?
Thank you. Well, it's lovely to be back here again. Well, we've heard a lot of things, many different aspects, mentions of this issue of migration. But I think there's one thing or one group of people we haven't said anything about. And those are people who are volunteers, who extend their goodwill, who look after many people. Certainly in the UK, I know many groups of people who do this. And I would just like to add that we should think of them as well and thank them for what they do.
Thank you. Adem, do you want to go next?
Sure. I remember today one of the more negative comments I received when I was a new immigrant. I was 19 years old, and in a basketball court there was some misunderstanding, and someone looked at me and said, "Why don't you go back to where you came from?" One of those statements that really hurts. And what was really felt bad about this came from a fellow Armenian American who was born in the US, but their parents had come from the same place that I came from. And so it was just the idea that this anti-immigration can happen so fast within one generation. And what I remembered and learned today is that so many animals migrate, the history of human immigration. This is such a common feature for all of our species, and we should remember that as a way to avoid this negative impact that we have when we sometimes talk about immigration.
Thank you very much. And it can be so local. I was on holiday in America this year and hired a car in Nevada with California license plates. And as I was driving, some people drove past me and shouted, "Why don't you go back to California?" Steve.
Well, I want to close this in an optimistic way. People migrate for many, many reasons, immigrate for many reasons, some to escape, some to survive. But also, they come maybe out of desperation, maybe out of optimism. But I would say, generally speaking, that the people who do move are the ones who are bolder, maybe more desperate, but it is really some of the best things that happen when people come to this country. I was describing to a friend of mine, he said, I thought you were first generation. No, I'm second generation. That means I was born here. My parents came over. And then he said, what do you call third generation? I say, lazy. That's just to say that when immigrants arrive, they are some of the hardest working because they have to prove themselves. And they came to make a world better for their children. And you can see this written all over those families.
Yeah, very true. Thank you very, very much indeed.
Thank you.
It's been a really fantastic day, and I'd like to thank all our participants and you, the audience, for being with us today. Together, you made a fantastic discussion, so thank you all very much indeed. Next Nobel Week Dialogue is on the 9th of December next year. It'll be in Stockholm. See you then. And for now, thank you very much indeed. Special guests, follow the signs. Thank you all. Everybody's special. Thank you.